Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Oh, excellent. So when people, oh, sorry, apologies. Go ahead.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
All the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 Minutes of Success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kinston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation, it's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage.
She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
Passion has been around helping communities of color and historically underrepresented and underserved communities, minority, rural, veterans, persons who are differently abled, in the intersection of education, innovation, technology, industry, and let's throw some entrepreneurship in there just for fun. see more around innovation, incubators, accelerators. I love the idea of going from innovation to commercialization.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaw, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaw explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, good day, good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Grant McGaw. I am the CEO at 5-Star BDM and host of the Fellow Brand podcast and TV show. And I am your business moderator for this day on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And we have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And today's speaker is Dr. Curtis B. Charles. Curtis Charles is a distinguished figure in the realm of higher education and technology. As the Dean of Academic Affairs at the University of the West Indies Five Islands campus and a keynote and motivational speaker, Dr. Charles' journey is nothing short of inspirational. Rising from a background where he did not attend high school, he now stands as a senior leader in technology and a higher education showcasing the power of determination and education. An MIT certified data scientist, Dr. Charles leverages his expertise to impact educational technology. He spearheads initiatives that utilize artificial intelligence, machine learning, and predictive analytics to enhance academic operations and student success across various institutions. His strategic focus is on data-driven solutions to optimize enrollment and retention and graduation rates, illustrating his commitment to using technology to transform educational outcomes. Dr. Charles's leadership extends beyond administration. He is a visionary who continuously seeks to address and solve the complex challenges of modern education. Let us welcome Dr. Curtis Charles. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, sir. How are you doing? Good to see you.
It's always a pleasure to see you. I am always impressed by your background and your ability and accessibility to be on this platform and talk about something that's so important. We've talked about these things in the past, and we're going to talk about them again today because the future is now. The future is now.
Yes.
And as you are preparing students, and you might be getting close to commencement at this point, and we think about what the possibilities are for them in an AI-driven economy. Talk to us about what opportunities do you see for someone who's been trained in AI engineering?
Well, I think, when you think about the possibilities, and that's a term that we use a lot while I was at Microsoft, the art of the possible. The possibilities are endless because AI is transcending every discipline there is out there. Whether it's healthcare, whether it's fintech, whether it's education, whether it's management, AI is disrupting almost all of those fields. So I think for a young person thinking about, or an elderly person thinking about, a mid-range person thinking about getting into AI, there are certain things that they need to prepare themselves for. When you think about AI, one thing that comes to mind is the hard skills, right? So you think about AI engineering, prompt engineering, you think about data science, but fundamentally, AI starts with the soft skills, right? You have to learn how to do design thinking. You have to, what we call in architecture, problem seeking, solution solving. You have to do critical thinking. You could only, after you establish those foundational things, then you have to have mathematical skills, statistical analysis skills, and data literacy. But you cannot get into solving an AI problem unless you understand what the problem is. So in architecture, we call that problem seeking and then solution solving. So design thinking is all about, defining a problem, synthesizing the problem, disaggregating the problem, doing conceptual designs of what the problem is, solving the problem, and then launching the solution into the hemisphere. While you do that, you couple that with critical thinking. You must understand statistical and probability. You must have those skills and capabilities. At least you must have an inclination or propensity towards that. And you must have data literacy. So it is important that when someone is thinking about, participating in this career that's exploding, that they think about those fundamental skills.
So important. AI engineering. I talk to chief information officers in healthcare a lot here in the States, and they're looking at these things about how they're going to hire as they move forward in this new technological landscape. The things that they need, the things they don't need, and the things that you just talked about, Eric, absolutely things that they're going to need. They need to have people that understand the data fabric and the data engineering and what it takes to actually create. Because, and I want our audience to truly understand this, if the purity of the data is in any way compromised, that the generative output will also be compromised. It will not be precise and accurate. Going back to what you talked about, what really an AI engine kind of really is when it comes to statistical probability. So the statistical probability of input of bad data will probably be bad data out. So we need people to understand what is the data, the quality of the data, the purity of the data, before you start designing around it or inputting it into a workflow, because that becomes problematic. And I think now with people now graduating, they have greater opportunity because they don't have to, they're starting at a level that, first of all, is highly visible, because every CEO of a lot of different companies now is like, I need competitive edge, and data-driven insights are a competitive edge. And if you understand that, and that you can really get into it. I talked to a gentleman yesterday just talking about marketing, right? And doing the digital marketing, utilizing Google ads and Facebook ads. And he's telling me it's not all about the creative that you see, the ad of itself. It's understanding the metrics behind it and how to understand the machine learning that's taking place in order to be able to leverage the algorithm to its fullest. How are your students adapting to this new framework?
Well, I want to first, as an educator, I always try to say, when you reach a big word, always define the big word. And the big word in that sentence is algorithm. So let me just break down algorithm a little bit so the audience understand, because it is fundamental to machine learning and artificial intelligence. So fundamentals, let me give you an example. I was a brand new student, came from the Caribbean, went to Howard. My first semester at Howard, I drove to the Carnival Festival in New York City on Labor Day. The one thing you don't want to do is to ask somebody in Brooklyn directions. So they're going to tell you, if I want to get to the Carnival, make a right at the big tree, then at the tall story, make a left. And where you see all the cars parked in the parking lot, make another right. And then where you see the person selling down the road, I want you to stop right there because that's where the savannah is. Algorithms are nothing more than directions. So we tell the computer in code language what we want to see in the data. So we will tell, for example, show me the patterns and trends of data for the last 10 years on meteorological reports for the Caribbean, so that the government could plan for the amount of money they would have to put aside next year for potential damages. So the code is going to go in there and look for those patterns and trends. And based on those patterns and trends, then you could make data-driven decisions. So every time you hear the word algorithm, it's similar to the direction. It's similar to you telling your child, basically go and sit down and be quiet in the corner. Otherwise, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, then you may get X, Y, and Z. Those are algorithms. So anytime you hear that, think about your own examples.
That is wonderful that you now give us some context around what an algorithm is. And then prompt engineering is what you're telling the machine, let's just call it the machine because that's what it is. You're telling the machine what you want and what you want it to do. One thing I love about like generative AI, and there's a lot of different artificial intelligence, but generative AI is really what's gotten the headlines. That's your Chat GPT, your Gemini, Bard, your Claude, so that is able to give you information very quickly. Now it's not just text information, and you can do a lot of imagery. And then you've got now Sora, S-O-R-A, that can do a lot of text to video. So you can make very instantaneous videos in a almost 4D or very high quality. And it's very great. But if you don't have the right prompt engineering, going back to what you were saying earlier, people are like, what do you mean by prompt? That you have to tell it what to do, and you have to tell it what to do intelligently to get the right output. Talk to us a little bit about prompt engineering.
So prompt engineering is one of those new concepts we find in artificial intelligence. And it basically is what I just said, which is given a series of directions. Just like how you tell that person how to get from point A to point B, prompt engineering is the same thing. For example, if I want to get from Washington, D.C. to New York City, I will go to the command prompt in something like one of the large language models and says, imagine that you are driving from Washington, D.C. to New York. Please give me an estimate of how much tolls I'm going to have to pay to get from Washington, D.C. to there, so that I could now make a decision, a data-driven decision on how many tolls. I will also ask it, please give me the shortest distance from Washington, D.C. to New York. Now, if you look at it, if you listen to the example I just gave, this is what we will tell our when we go into our cars and we want to get from point B to point B and we put in the direction. So there's a version of prompt engineering that has been in your cars for the longest while. Now what we are taking is that we're moving that prompt engineering to computers, so you have an interface that you could do that. But it is really essential that when you think about prompt engineering, you think about becoming that computer interface. One of the things we say in research a lot of time is that if you're studying this cup, right? If you're studying this cup, you need to become the cup. And so when you're thinking about a prompt engineer or you're thinking about the prompt function, is that you have to become what you're trying to get. So it is really important that you don't see this thing as rocket science. It really is a series of trial and errors, and then you try to improve it. So for example, what I talk about just now, I want to get from point A to point B, but I also want to get the amount of money I paid in tolls, and I want to also avoid all the highways. And by the way, I also want to avoid any potential accidents. So you started with one prompt, and then you get much more complex. So that is how you build your vocabulary in prompts. Imagine you're so-and-so. You want to do a business plan for a business. You go to the prompt and say, imagine you are a social media expert and you want to develop a business plan for investors to invest in your social media. It will then spill out to you a prompt. So a lot of people believe that, you know, large language models and ChatGPT and stuff, it does all the work for you. It's a beginning. It's the ability to start from somewhere, because that's going to give you a general overview of a business plan, but then you have to refine that. So my business is in Washington, D.C. It's right in the heart of Adams Morgan, all the cultural area. Based on the context of Adams Morgan, which is very artsy and cultural, now you begin to refine. So now your business might be related to social media of arts. So it's about massaging the prompt. And again, this is what we do in research. As researchers, as trained researchers, we always start wide. We always call it the funnel method. So if you could imagine a funnel that you use in a bottle, you start wide. So you ask all the questions that you could ask. And as you begin to get more information, the more information you research, the wider and narrower you get to the funnel. Prompt engineering is no different. You got to find the analogies in real life.
I like that. That's how you get very, very precise. You have to train your model. A lot of people didn't realize that you can train your own GPT within Chat GPT. Yes. And if you look there, it gives you that capability to create a GPT. And I encourage people to understand how to use that, because to what you just stated, Dr. Charles, you can start putting inputs into your particular GPT that'll speak in your language and be very segmented to what you want it to accomplish, especially if you're going to use it continuously over and over again for, let's say, a research or business plan, or for your particular business that you can then utilize. So it's not just so generic. What you're doing, you're training that particular machine to operate and be your brand strategist, let's say, or your business partner. You're my business partner in so-and-so business, and you give it as much information as it can. And then because it has access to a much larger data set, and that's what a large language model is. It can then bring you this information and insights that you can begin to utilize in Michelle's. Now, one thing I am concerned about, and you've heard it probably in the news, and I'm sure you know about it, and that is the bias in AI and the ethics around AI. And I noticed that, let's say I go to my chat GPT and I say, all right, I need you to draw me a picture of a hospital CEO. Most of the time, it's going to start showing me a Caucasian CEO. And I could be in any part of the world, and there are many ethnicities in the world, but it always starts with a white male. It just does, and I didn't have to tell it what I want, and then it gets it, because I don't think it's biased on its own. But this is how it starts out. Talk to us a little bit about biases in the AI modeling.
I'll give you an example that would be easy for everyone to understand. We know that probably in the 50s and the 60s, probably didn't see many Black people on television, right? But we know there were Black actors and actresses. What began to change that is when we begin to get behind the camera, and when we begin to get people like Oprah, who has the money now to be able to influence the industry. If my only hemisphere, my only sphere of control is of a certain ethnicity, and I have never been engaged with somebody brown, my biases are there inherently. And I think that's why these programs and talking to you are important, because we must have more brown data scientists and people who are creating artificial intelligence, because it is the reason why you get that feedback. So what do I do when I want to do exactly what you said? Give me a CEO of a company. I would say sometimes it tells you they can't do Black. So I would say, give me a Caribbean, or give me a Hispanic, or give me an African person of African descent. But it goes beyond that image that you talk about, because this also goes into the biasness in face recognition and law enforcement. The reality is that the opposite bias happens now, where we are at the default that a Black person had to have created that crime. Like, for example, one of the things I think is really funny on television and on media is that if there's a major crime somewhere and it's a person of color, right away that person's face and everything else is online. If it's not, it's always delayed. That's an inherent biasness in there. How does that change? That changes when we have much more people of color owning stations, having the rights to make decisions, being at the top of some of the news media, and what we're doing right now, having a conversation that's going to an audience of color. So biasness is probably one of the greatest sins that we have to overcome in AI, and I would say, and it only happens when we do like what we're doing at the University of West Indies 5 Island campus. We are developing in the School of Science, Computing, and Artificial Intelligence a new generation of AI experts and computer scientists who are basically going to change that paradigm. Because now, if I ask a company in the US to create face recognition for the airport in Antigua and Barbuda, they don't have a concept of the features that we have in the Caribbean. They don't have a concept of how we walk. As a matter of fact, you could tell whether somebody is an adversary in an airport by the way they walk. If they're walking on the right side and it's not normal, that person might be carrying a rifle. So they may be carrying something. So, but you could mistake the gait of a Caribbean person or an African person if you don't have any knowledge of them. So it's important that we, all the HBCUs, all the other schools, that we develop this generation of artificial intelligence experts and data scientists who are going to basically make the difference. But I want to be very clear. Artificial intelligence is very much an interdisciplinary field, right? Because after we create the algorithms, somebody has to interpret it. So you need the social scientists, you need the sociologists, you need the educator, you need the anthropologists. They need to be part of the team from the beginning so that these things could be so you could begin to flag these things that it doesn't happen. But they have to be on the team. This is not only a technical team. If you only have technical people on your AI team, you're not going to have good products and good outputs.
That's very good to state that, because now technology very much is in the fabric of the entire enterprise, not just the sole owner in the IT department, which it used to be like that. And now people start to realize, especially now I come from the world of infrastructure, you get into cloud computing, and then when that started, you started getting what they call shadow IT, meaning I don't need the IT department to set up a technology stack to run a particular program that I need to run my business unit. You don't need them. They should be aware, because there are certain protocols, certain cybersecurity policies that that person may or may not know. But obviously, it would be hard to police it, right? Because of the accessibility is there. So you have to now understand this new paradigm, let's say this new way of doing things, and understand that. So now, artificial intelligence becomes more ubiquitous, and now it's starting to get into that legal field, into all these intellectual properties that it's touching, and you're starting to see more new laws that will be coming out, because there are people that use it negatively, some people use it positively. Like, so you can emulate somebody's voice. If it takes your voice, Dr. Charles, like, all right, I understand his voice pattern in an AI engine, I can then duplicate that voice pattern in a myriad number of ways that could be used negatively. So we got to understand those things as we move forward, because we're starting to deal with things that we haven't had to deal with, and our laws are behind. They're behind. They haven't kept pace with the technological capabilities that are taking shape. So I'm sure that you're teaching your students how to use it in a more positive fashion to create opportunities and solve problems, right?
Yeah, absolutely. As a matter of fact, we have for our conference coming up in July, our AI conference, which happens to be the first AI conference in the Caribbean. And this is the smallest school of the University of the West Indies, 50,000 students body. And the most recent school campus that started in 2019. We're going to have 16 panels, 8 on each day, and then some master classes. But one of the key panels is the transformative impact of AI on law, on the practice of law. And we also have an ethics with some ethicists on a separate panel. So for us, this is in the forefront. How do we impact in the Caribbean, for example, something like GDPR, which is General Data Protection Regulations, that the European Union has basically been leading us since 2018. It is phenomenal what GDPR has done, but what is more phenomenal is that other countries haven't followed it, other units haven't followed it, because the privacy issues you talk about, the law issues you talk about, the fairness, all those are parts and charters of GDPR, which talks from the fairness and transparency of the company, but it also talks about your rights. So no company falling under GDPR could just take your data and use it indefinitely. You have a right to opt out, and the fines are humongous if you break the laws. Now, what is interesting about that is that if you are in the West and you are doing a business with a company who fall within the European Union, you also fall under those regulations. So if you are doing business in North Carolina with companies in the European Union and you're not following these laws, you also open to those large fines. So I think it's really important when we look at the legal aspect of this, that we also partner with, again, I mentioned interdisciplinary. We also partner with our legal counsels so that we could educate them and they could educate us, because it's one of those open fields that folks are studying.
I think Dr. Charles has his internet has gone dark. There you are.
Yeah, I've always said that all of these professions are legal. I was talking to one of my colleagues yesterday, and I was saying, I have never seen higher education as not being legal. We could get sued at any time if you fire a professor incorrectly and you didn't do due diligence. If a student basically have an exam and that student have disability, that student had disability limitations, and one of our and you don't recognize that as the invigilator of the examination, and that student fails the course, we could now be sued. So law is ever present in everything we do, and it's going to become more and more fabric of how we operate as a society as AI becomes much more prevalent.
This is so important. And what you just brought up is that you're going to have this AI conference coming up this summer. And I'm sure people can come from all over. You just don't have to be on the island to participate. They're probably going to come from all over. But I like your topics. Talk to us a little bit more about the particular topics that you feel are so important that we need to understand and take back home with us. As we talked about some of the things, the AI biases, things that are challenges, things that say, because a person of color is not involved in some of these things, this is why we get these certain outputs. And we don't want to repeat history. We want to change it as we get into Industry 5.0. What are these other topics that can be talked about at the conference that are very important?
Excellent question. So let's take COVID, for example, right? So we're going to be talking about AI for the preparedness of pandemics and epidemics, because we weren't prepared, right? So how could we use this powerful tool now to prepare ourselves? And I've always said that more people died of COVID because of lack of interoperability, right? The systems won't talk into each other. Even in a hospital may have 5 or 6 AI IT systems. If those systems don't talk to each other, we wouldn't know, for example, in Maryland, whether Prince George's County needs more PPP or whether the disease is moving into Anne Arundel County. We don't know those things because the systems are not talking together. If the systems could talk together with interoperability, now we have the ability to know where all the resources are to quarantine the disease as it moves and move healthy people away from people who potentially sick. We're going to be talking about that at the conference. But if we stick with COVID, for example, more people of minority origins, whether it's African descent or Hispanic descent, we die more of non-communicable diseases than communicable diseases.
Wow.
Black folks die from high blood pressure, diabetes. These are all non-communicable diseases. So we're going to have a panel of experts, both from PAHO as well as local doctors and some IT specialists, AI specialists, talking about how do we use AI as a force multiplier in non-communicable diseases. And I'll give you an example. Women are susceptible to cervical cancer. We are working with a young doctor from Jamaica who is on contract at the hospital in Antigua. And she's an OBGYN, and she came to us like 2 years ago. She said, Dr. Charles, there has to be a solution using AI of how we could stem cervical cancer. So we just submitted an article with her, four AI professors in the university system and her. And we are looking at how AI could be used along the patient continuum. So as you know, in management consulting, we talk a lot about the journey map, the customer journey map, right? So we want to know where the customer starts, where all the points of pain, where the end. So we use that as an analogy and talk about the cervical cancer patient journey map. So at every point, where is, for example, at age 13 to 15, you get you assess whether you have the disease or whether you don't. You start with the treatment. If you start with the treatment, and then if you're infected, then you move into a certain category until we get the cure. Well, at each one of those nodes are important data collection points that feeds into a data lake. Now that feeds into a data lake, now we can run algorithms to see what's the comparison or what's the relationships between somebody that's in teenage and the effect of the disease on somebody that's 60 years or a baby boomer. And how is the disease moving through the continuum of women in our society? Completely different to what we would think about how we treat this disease. But we pull something from management consulting and say this is how it could be used in, so totally innovative. So we're also looking at, in the Caribbean and in what we call SIDS, small island development states. In small island development states, we can't do anything about climate change. We can't.
Well, before you continue, Dr. Charles, we are coming up to the end of the hour. It sounds like you have a lot going on at this conference that we all need to tune into and be a part of. And we want to see more of your students being a part of the Black Business Network as well. This is an opportunity to expand the reach and to expand knowledge and to expand network and really bring ourselves together. So again, we do not want to repeat the lessons of the past. We want to get involved with this type of technology at all levels so that we can master it and utilize it for our common good. This has been wonderful. And before I let you go, tell us when the conference is and how to contact you.
Sure. The conference is on July the 8th to the 10th, 2024 on our campus on the beautiful island of Antigua and Barbuda. We're going to have on the evening of the 8th a kickoff at the Hodges Bay Resort, which is the playground for most Americans in Antigua and Barbuda. Then we're going to have the next day on campus. And we're going to do something interesting on the first day of the conference on the 9th. We're going to end at 4 o'clock. And then we're going to go over to another resort that's partnering with us right next to campus, which is called Royalton Resort. Royalton Resort is going to host us for the night. We're going to do 3 back-to-back master classes. One on AI in drug development, which is the Vice President of AI for GlaxoSmithKline. Then Dr. A young American intelligent brother who ran for the governorship of Arkansas, Dr. Chris Jones, is going to be talking about smart cities of the future. And then UNESCO is talking about a roadmap for the Caribbean on AI. And then we're going to have a taste of the Caribbean and live soca music. And then we're going to come back the next day. But it's going to be phenomenal. To get more information, you can go to 5islandsaiconference.com. That's 5islandsaiconference.com. Or you could always reach me. I'm on 910-431-9718. 910-431-9718. You could follow me on LinkedIn or you could send me a text. But please try and make it. We also have virtual opportunities as well.
Well, we're going to make it. This is going to be wonderful. Again, thank you for being on the Black Business Olympics, the Black Business Network. I want to see more of your students involved. I'd love to have them on the show. This is a great opportunity for them to truly showcase their skill sets, their tool sets, and their mindset. And we would love to see them. So genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful information. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App that's on the screen below. That is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We would also like to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for April 2024. They include NC100,
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an experience like no other. Tune in every Monday at 1 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for The Mary D. Show, where the ordinary meets the extraordinary. The Mary D. Show brings you powerful insights and inspiring stories from a diverse range of guests. Join our incredible host, Mary D. Welch, as she sits down with thought leaders, business owners, and changemakers, sharing their journeys and successes. From career professionals and entrepreneurs to educators and beauty advisors, Mary D. Welch interviews sports figures and health enthusiasts, offering a platform for extraordinary voices. Explore the world of extraordinary people and places in business and finance, homes and real estate, beauty and wellness, education and empowerment, sports and health, and more. Want to be a guest on the show? Call 619-669-8603 or email Mary at marydwelch.com. Visit www.marydwelch.com to learn more.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network. It's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential, where business is broadcast live, where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Black owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your Black business moderator for this afternoon for the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all around the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing a business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I am your keynote speaker. Today, I'm going to tell you about some businesses that I'm involved in and businesses that really I'm thinking that some of you might be interested in. One business is that I am a publisher. Those of you that have said to yourself, oh, before I get into that, I almost forgot. Let me tell you a little bit about me. And I say that because sometimes people, when they know about your background, it kind of gives you an idea of who I am. I'm an educator. I was in education for almost 35 years. And as a teacher, I was a career center director. I was, anybody remember the Job Training and Partnership Act coordinator? And I was also a vice principal. And after 35 years, I said, it's time to look around and see if there's something else I might be interested in doing. And at that time, it was scary. It was scary to retire. I was like, oh my goodness, did I really prepare for this? But the way the story went, I actually will share this with you. My principal tried to talk me out of it. She literally said to me, you need to stay. You don't need to leave right now. And every time I think about this story of how I came into retirement but I say retirement, I retired from education, but I have not really retired. I'll be honest, because I still write, publish, I'm a speaker, all these things that I've become because the way I look at my life, I gave myself permission. I gave myself permission. And I tell anyone, I never would tell anybody that road was easy, but it was probably, for my life, one of the most important things I've ever done. And so now, in addition to my background as an educator, now I take all of that knowledge, all that it didn't leave me. Now I've gone into educating. I have an email list that I educate. Those of you may say, well, how do you educate your email list? Because thousands of people are on that list and I share all types of information with them. Some of it is historical. Some of it's about local. Some of it is virtual. It's just a combination of all these things going on in our world. And I try to let people know these are things you can become involved in, or you never know. Or if it's not you, maybe you know someone that has a need. I did a virtual, I didn't do it, but there was a virtual event a few weeks ago, and it was for caregivers. If you are a caregiver, and in I'll say my generation, many people they're caring for their parents or an aunt or an uncle, because nursing homes are very expensive and they usually can't afford it. And even if they can, they feel like they don't want that, because are they going to get the attention that they would get from a family member and the care and the love? And so we tend to have our family members home. That I after that webinar, people were calling saying, thank you. I needed that. I needed to know that this community existed and that I need the assistance, the encouragement, all of these things. I was a caregiver at one time for my mother. Unfortunately, she did pass, but during the time she was ill, I was a caregiver for her. And for me, it was a blessing to be there for her. But I know for some people, they can't do it because they work full time and they need, and they may not be able to do that. But those that can do it, and when I find as many of my friends that can take care of their parents, they do. And they usually live with them, or the parent lives with them, or they come and live at their house, that kind of thing. But they are still taking care of them. So I'm just saying that as one example. But I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, all of those things. So I'm definitely not just one dimensional. Also a friend. I have girlfriends that I hang out with. I have church community, all of those things that I am. I look around and I think a lot of us are. We're just not involved with one thing. We're involved in multiple things or multiple groups. So just to give you an idea, I've been blessed. The area I live in, I'm the founder and the chartering president for National Council of Negro Women. They didn't have one in our city at that time, and I felt like we needed one, and so I chartered this section, and it is going strong. I'm happy to say I'm no longer the president, but it excites me every time I come to a meeting and I see those ladies there, because it didn't exist before, and now it does. So that's exciting to me. I'm also a writer. For those of you that are writers, I did not know I could write, ladies and gentlemen. Think about this. I found out I could write 5 years after I retired. It wasn't right away. It was 5 years later. It wasn't that second. 5 years after I retired, and then I found out I started writing, and it was children's books. That's how I started writing children's books. When I found I could write, it surprised me. It was a surprise to me that I could write because I didn't know. And it's opened up a world. It's opened a different world to me. It's been a blessing. I will say that. It's been such a blessing to learn these things about me, to find out that I have a creativity. When I look back in my life, though, I remember writing on the back of envelopes, back of a bill. I didn't know that I was being creative. I think about that sometimes, of how much of your creativity did you throw away because you just didn't know that that's what it was. I didn't know that I didn't even know. I never would have said that I was writing, but that's what it was. I was writing. And now I not only know what it is, I'm able to capture it, put it in a book, hire illustrators that work for the company now. And now you have a children's book. But not only do I write children's books, and I don't want to say that, oh yeah, that's all I write, because I have books that are not for children. I have books that are for adults. And the one that people tend to gravitate to is the one I wrote called Saying No Nicely, because the book is really about me. I was the yes person. I didn't know how to say no. I would say every time someone asked me to do something, I would be yes, yes, yes. I didn't know how to, and then what happened was it was a Friday evening, I had said yes to 4 different commitments at the same time. So think about this. This is a Friday. 4 different commitments I said yes to, and they were all at 6:00 on Friday. And I came home, I took a shower, and I got into bed. I never went to any of them. But that was my epiphany of, you have a problem. There's something going on here. You don't know how to tell people no. So I learned from that one incident that I had a problem. It's like when people, that was my rock bottom moment. I said, wow, I didn't know that I didn't know how to say no. And what I did was take this very thing that I was struggling with, and I put it in a book. I put it in a book. What my biggest compliment, this is about 2 weeks ago, a friend of mine told me, which I had no way of knowing. He said, Mary, your book sits on my desk. He's a businessman. He said, I put your book on the corner of my desk. That was a huge compliment to me. He said, every single day I pick up your book because somebody's asking me to do something I can't do or don't want to do or don't have the time to do. And I read one of those in your book. And he said, it works. They're okay because the one thing people want to do is be heard when you're saying no. So that person's okay. In addition to that, they don't feel some kind of way. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest. When someone tells you no, don't you feel some kind of way if they say it like that? If they just throw that no out, and you kind of like back up. We get in our feelings. We get in our feelings because the way it's not just what they said, it's how they said it. And from the book, I actually put all this in the book, by the way. But I'm giving you some gems that some of you may be able to use. And in the book, I talk about it's not what you say, it's how you say it. How you say no is just as important as when you say no. It's your tone, it's your body language, it's how you look at people. You can send mixed signals to people. That's all in there. And I tell you, because all of these things, I've actually done my own personal survey about this, of how when you say no, you cannot smile and say no. I know you may think this is, crazy, but it's true. If you say no and you're smiling, you're sending mixed signals to that person. When you say no, you have to say it. You say it firmly, but nicely. But you don't smile. None of the smiling, none of the grinning, none of that, because they will be like, well, they said no, but you're confusing them with your body language. It's a firmness, but it's a niceness. That's why I titled the book Saying No Nicely, because it's an art. Let me say that. It's an art to say no. So that's one of the books. The other book that I wrote for adults, and I will go, I'll circle back and give you a couple more of those tips from the books, is Saving Your Home from Probate. And some of you, I'm going to give you why I wrote that. Years ago, it's been years now, but a few years ago, as I mentioned earlier, my mother passed away. She owned a home, but there's no but. She owned a home and she had a will. I did not know a will I'd never been involved with property from other people. I never knew anything about the process. I just never did. Never had to, really. But I have since learned a lot. And what I learned is this. Number one, a will must be probated. I didn't know that. I had no way. I mean, why would I know that? But I didn't know it. So I wasn't aware that I would have to go. I was the executor of my mother's estate. I didn't know I'd have to go to court. I didn't know I had to hire a lawyer. I didn't know. It was so many things I did not know. But now I do know. And after having gone through that process, I found out there was one sheet of paper my mother could have had notarized, attached to the deed, and we would have avoided probate altogether. No probate. But I didn't know it. And from that process, when I learned of that process, the first thing I thought about, I said, is this a secret? Do people know this? Is this common knowledge? And the answer is it's not. It is not. Let me say this. Every state in the United States does not do this. Let me just be clear about this. So it's in the and I'm going to take you and give you some information. Some of you there's somebody that needs it. Let me say that. And you don't need it now. If somebody in your family, anybody in your family owns property, somebody's going to need this information. Number one, if you have, those of you that have a living trust do not need this. Now, let me say this also, you have to make sure you go to the county, and I say county, wherever you live, wherever that the deed is. And for some of you, I'm gonna speak for where I live, it's the county of records. That's what has the deed. Depending on where you live, every state is different. Every state, like for instance, I'm gonna tell you the name of the form. I'm gonna give you everything, just because if I can help someone avoid what our family went through, it was worth it. Because we went through, I call it, I call probate the devil. That's what I call it. That's what we went through, the devil, probate. Because it was family against family. My family they hired their own lawyer. So I had a lawyer, they had a lawyer. I could not believe I'd be sitting across the table from my own family in a courtroom with the judge determining things. I was literally, I'm probably still in shock behind what happened. But I'm just saying this because I don't want it to happen to you. And those of you that think, oh, we're not going to argue, we're not going to disagree, you're wrong. Let me just be honest. You're wrong. When free money, because that's what it is, free money is on the table, you will see people, you don't even know those people anymore. I promise you. Because it's free money. It's the word free. And when that comes into play, people change. They do. Don't think they don't, because they do. They will. And don't think they won't lawyer up on you, because they will. I'm telling you. So this is something I'm giving to you as my gift to you. Out of the states, there's 33 states and the District of Columbia. That's how serious I am about this. I know, how important this is. It's called, the title of the book is Save Your Home from Probate. Now, the reason I share this with you is because if you own property and you do not have a living trust, the home is going into probate when you pass away. Now, you may say, well, I'm married and I'm my husband, or your spouse, or I'm married and that's my wife. I get that. Or it could be man, woman, I don't care. Whoever you own the property, that's the bottom line. It's just that if it's in the name of two people, it's usually going to go, well, I'm going to speak for California. California is the right of survivorship, meaning if you own that property with another person's on that deed, that other person automatically gets the property. They would have to go down to the county. They have to fill out a paper and pay probably $10 or something and take the person that's deceased name off the property. And I'm going to tell you why that's important. All of this, I tell you, I'm giving you guys a law lesson, but it's all this is real. This is real stuff here. You want to remove that person's name because someone can file a lien against the person or say that they owe them money. If their name is on that property, then they can put a lien against that property, which would be a lien against you. And then you cannot refinance it or sell it without paying that lien. I hope I'm not being too mechanical here, but this is real stuff. So I'm saying to you, if you own property, and I find this a lot, by the way, and you're the only one entitled to that property, when you pass away, if you don't make plans for that property, the government has plans for it. That's the best way I can answer. I can tell you that. Meaning you have to have done the things to keep that property out of the government's hands. And the way you do that is you either have a living trust. There's only a few ways to do it, by the way. A living trust is one. And the other one is called a transfer on death deed. It's called a TOD. TOD. Now, I'll be honest, I have a book. You can get the book, or you can, and in the book, I have all the paperwork for all the counties as within the last 3 years. Unless a county has come on board in the last 3 years and been approved, they're not in there, because I'm going to have to do a revision on that book to bring in the new ones. But within 3 years, 36 months ago, every single one is in that book. The book says for educational purposes only, because the attorneys I work for, the attorneys that work for me in essence. But anyway, they went through the book and they said it has to say for educational purposes only, because if you're saying, because number one, the paperwork changes. I don't want to tell you that today that's the paperwork, because things change. And I'll give you an example. In California, now you have to have two people, you have to have two witnesses and have it notarized. And the two witnesses cannot be the person, they cannot benefit from the property. So the two witnesses cannot be on the transfer on death deed. That's what that means. It's just like it on a will. Same thing. But that's enough. I want to get into that. That's a whole nother topic. I can get into that with you too. But anyway, let's stay focused on the transfer on death deed. If you are in one of those states, and I'll mention a couple. Texas is one, but in Texas, it's called the Ladybird deed. And Florida is called the Ladybird deed. California is called the transfer on death deed. Oregon is called the transfer on death deed. Nevada, transfer on death, and Arizona, transfer on death deed. And the reason I know, because I've researched them, so I know. Now Michigan is a Ladybird deed. Now I can't give you all of them. I'm giving you the ones I do know. New York does not have it. They don't have it at all. I can tell you for a fact, New York doesn't have it. Washington, D.C. does have it. Maryland does not. So just so you know, I don't want to give you all the states. These are right up top of my head that I know for a fact these are the case. So some states have it, some states don't. This is what's known as states' rights. The state has a right to choose to do this or not. California is now going to be until 2035. 2035 is when this will call sunset, meaning that they haven't made this a law in California. What they're doing, it is right now legal to do it. They have not made it the law because they're looking at it. And they're actually looking to see if people are trying to be fraudulent with this. That's why they're looking at it. I already know, because when it first came out, you didn't have to have those two witnesses. You sure didn't. When this law first came out, all you had to do, truthfully, was the owner of the property have a paper notarized, attach it to your deed. That was it. Now, this is the change. The owner has to have the paper notarized, and those two witnesses have to have it notarized. So that's $45 because it's $15 to get something notarized in California. So you got to have those three. The owner of the property have it notarized. The witnesses have to have it notarized. And then you can attach it to the deed. That's what's changed. And because I've literally followed this bill in this law. So I know this is what you need. That's the change. Now, what I like about it, it cost about, let me give you, let's say $150 now. It's about $150 total fee, which is, let me just say this. That's nothing compared to what you're going to pay if you go to probate. That's literally not even one day in court. That's not. I'm just being honest with you. Not to mention the lawyer fees. That it literally is pennies at $150. So if you own a property, and I hear this all the time, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, where people, they don't do anything. There was a lady on 7 properties, 7 paid for properties in San Diego. Had done nothing. Now, she's still living. But to my knowledge, I don't think she's done anything. To my knowledge, I talked to a lady that knows her. To my knowledge, she doesn't even have a will, which means her family's going to fight like cats and dogs, and all they're going to do is make the lawyers rich. That's all they're going to do. So I've been trying to tell as many people as I know. The fact that I'm even telling you the form is saying, I'm not waiting. You don't have to buy the book. You don't have to buy the book. That's how serious I am. I don't care if you never buy the book. If you would just go and get that form, you can go, like I said, I'm in California. California has 58 counties. You go to that county of records, I promise you that form is there. It's called a transfer on death deed. Some counties it's called a TODD, or it's called a TOD. That's it. Get the form, totally free. The form is free. Fill it out, get it notarized. I would keep a copy for yourself and attach it to the deed. Now, if the person you leave the property to, this does happen, they pass away before you do, you need to get another beneficiary on that property, or it's going to go to probate. So you need to make sure. Now, some people have said, well, I'm going to leave it to 2 people. I said, you can do it. I promise you they're going to fight. That is a promise. That's not even a question mark. People have different mentalities once that person is gone. I call the referee. Once the referee is gone, they're not officially a referee, but that's just what I call them. So once that mother, father, sister, whoever owned that property, let me just be honest about that. Once they're gone, everything's up for grabs. Then they can act any kind of way they want to. So I'm just encourage you to understand, if you don't do this and you own property, you're asking your family to fight, because that's what they're going to do. That's just the facts, as they say. So, but if you are interested in getting the book, you can go on Amazon, and the title of the book is Save Your Home from Probate. If you look on there, it has all 5 stars. The people that have used it have thanked me for it because they didn't know it existed. If you are, let's say you have, it's either for a single family home, you can go up to 4, a duplex. If you have a duplex, you can do it, or a single family home, you can do it. That's as high. You can't go to apartment buildings other than the 4 in a duplex. That's as high as you can go to use this form. So I would encourage you, if you are, I can't tell you how many people I encourage to do it. One lady, I told her about this. She went down the same day and filed that paperwork because she had been married to her husband for 20 years. He would never put her name on the property, but he didn't mind signing it and getting it notarized. She filled it out the same day. I'll never forget that. I told her that morning. By that afternoon, that paperwork was filed. And she said because she had stepkids and they didn't like her. And she knew if he passes away, they're coming for that house. And people have been put out because the person didn't do the right thing. Like I said, she's married to the man, but if she's not on the deed, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you're married or not. So that's what's important about that. And I really want to encourage each and every one of you, please, if you know someone, and like I said, it's not all 50 states. So every state is not even in there. It's only the people it's only the states that are using this form. It's either called transfer on death deed, a TOD, or a TODD. Just depends on what state you're in. Or it's called the ladybird deed. As I remember, Texas is the ladybird, Michigan is the ladybird, Florida is the ladybird. That's where they call the ladybird deed, after Lady Bird Johnson. Those of you that are old enough to remember Lady Bird Johnson, who was married to Lyndon B. Johnson, which has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. But I'm saying that to you so you know that's where that title Lady Bird came from, because they called her, that was her nickname, Lady Bird Johnson. Okay. Now, I also want to share with you, ladies and gentlemen, that on the writing of writing of books on Saturday, June the 7th, I am offering a free webinar. Totally free. I know people are like, there's got to be a catch. There's no catch. I'm going to give you guys the secrets of writing a book. And I've written now about 30 books. So for me to tell you I'm giving you the kitchen sink, I'm giving you the kitchen sink because I truly believe wholeheartedly in writing. We have so many stories, recipes, sayings, quotes, you name it. And they go right in that graveyard with us because nobody wrote them down. And it really is, it hurts. It hurts because it makes the next generation have to start from scratch. You may say, I have nothing to write about. I promise you, you do. I promise you, you do. Anyone that says they have nothing to write about, okay, write about how you learn how to play double dutch, how you learn hopscotch. Anybody know how to play spades, bid whist, checkers, chess? I don't care what it is. The point is, you have a story. You have a story. We all have a story. We are all walking stories. We're alive. There's a story in you. Now, I'll be honest. I just wrote, I have one coming out, a new book. This one, the title of it is When I Was on the Moon. It's the first story I wrote with the character's a little black girl. And surprisingly, I named her Mary. And I'm telling you why surprisingly, because all my other characters are little boys. And I never have had a black girl in the cover of my books. And I think because I'm the mother of boys, I tend to, well, I shouldn't say all boys. It's 4 boys and 1 girl. But I tend to write, I lean to the boys. Let me say that. I kind of push over that way. So for me to write one, and the little girl, she puts her flag on the moon and the flag says Mary. The flag says Mary. This was something new for me because I never do that. I never have a character named after me, never a little girl. But since then, since I wrote that, now I'm writing a book about a judge, a black girl that's a judge. So what it did is open up. I'm doing a kind of like a mini series, I guess. So there'll be one for girls and one for boys. But I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen, you have a story. You do. You know what I don't see, I haven't seen in a long time, is little girls play jacks. I don't know, those of you that are old enough to remember jacks. I remember jacks. I have to write this down because now that I think about it, it'll be a story about jacks. Those of you, jacks is when you have a little ball and these little squares that are, I don't know what they call. We call them jacks. I don't know what the name, I don't know what the name, another name is, but it's JACKS. And you throw the ball in the air and you pick up one. You have to pick up one before you miss the ball until you have, I want to say it went up to 10 or 12 or whatever. I haven't played jacks. I don't even know the last time. Pity Pat. Those of you remember Pity Pat? Anybody remember Pity Pat? I'm writing all these down. Remember, you know why I'm writing it down? You're going to see a children's book. That's why. That's how it works. Someone asked me, and those of you come, and I need to give you a way to come on Saturday. If you would like to come, it's virtual and free. And I'm going to put my email in the chat, Mary at Mary D. Welch. You would send your name. Here we go. .com. You would email me your name, your email. Well, really, it's 3. Your name, your email, and your cell. I think is it up there, Dr. E? Dr. Kelly is. I don't know if it's up there or not. I don't think I can put it up. He may have to put it up. You email me at Mary, MARY, at marydwelch.com. Mary at marydwelch.com. You would email me your name, your email, and your cell, and you will get the link to come on Saturday. You want to be there, ladies and gentlemen. The first 60 minutes is strictly me just literally giving you the kitchen sink. After that, it's a 30-minute Q&A. That's it. I'm not recording it. And the reason I'm not recording it is because if I record it, then people will be like, oh, I'll just get the recording. No, you want to be there. This is something you want to be there and be live. So I would encourage you to be there on Saturday. It's on June the 7th at 12 o'clock p.m. PST. So we're talking Pacific Standard Time. That's the time zone I'm in. So if you're on the East Coast, that's 3 o'clock. If you're Central, that's 2 o'clock. I think Mountain is 1 o'clock. But just to give you an idea. So if you like to be there, I would love to have you. It is really going well with the people signing up because people want to know. When you write, you have left a legacy. And if you don't, when you go in that graveyard, I know it's hard to believe this, ladies and gentlemen, but what did you leave for people to know you were even here? There's no way to know you even existed. What I like about writing too is the fact that my grandchildren, not just I already have grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, I will never know. I will never know them, but they will know me. They will be able to see their great-grandmother. Think about this. I have literally nothing I can actually point to that my grandmother was here. I know she was here. I know my mother was here, but my mother left journals, which is a blessing. She left journals. And when I want to hear her voice, I can read them. Thank God. But my grandmother, no, she didn't leave anything. And she left, well, that's not true. I don't know why I say that. She did leave a lot in us. But I'm saying that to say, I can't go and say that my grandmother wrote that. I can't say that. I can't read a poem she may have had. I can't say that either. But I can say with like I said, my mother, I can read. When I read the journals, I hear her voice. I can hear her speaking through those journals. But I will tell you, if you have a recipe, and I'm so glad I got recipes from my aunts before they passed on. But many people, they don't write their recipe down. And I have said this more times than I can count. You're taking the recipe to the graveyard. A friend of mine had a song and he sang it. And he passed away before we were able to write the song down. I have no way of knowing what the song is now. I don't have a clue. So I'm saying that to you. This is the time. There is no time like the present. This is the time. Those of you say, "Oh, I don't have time to do that." Do you have time to watch TV? Those of you that watch, and I love Beyond the Gates, by the way. So I'm not saying this to be a negative. When Beyond the Gates is on, I get on my bike and I'm pedaling for Beyond the Gates because I want to watch it. But I said, okay, if you want to watch it, then you need to be on that bike. This is your reward for being on the bike is you get to watch Beyond the Gates. That's for those of you that don't know what I'm talking about. That's the new, it's a black soap opera, predominantly black soap opera that's on every day at 1:00 on CBS. So 1:00 is my time. So if you're back east, we're talking 4:00 your time back. I'm talking 1:00 on the West Coast. And I'm saying that. So my reward for getting on my bike and exercising is I get to watch Beyond the Gates. That's how I reward myself. Ladies, gentlemen, as we're nearing the end, I just want to let you know, if you'd like to reach me, you can also email me at the same email, Mary@MaryDWelch. You can reach me there. As I said before, if you're interested, if you've ever been, the thought has ever hit your mind, I want to write something. I don't know how to start. You need to come to that workshop, that webinar. You will learn how to not only start, I will help you get your chapters together. I'll help you. Be amazed. You'll be like, what? Yes. It is so powerful what you're going to learn. We're going to talk about copywriting, ISBN numbers. We're going to talk about it all. But you got to be at that workshop to get it, because I really want you to learn and to give you this information. This is a gift. I promise you, it's a gift. And the last time I did this was 2 years ago. I don't know when I'm going to do it again. So when you come on June the 7th, be ready. Be ready. Just know that June 7th is you better come with your pen and paper and take notes and be ready, because you're going to learn. You're going to learn. Remember, Mary@MaryDWelch.com, name, email, and cell. So we can contact you, because I text. I don't just email. I text, because people like text better, I find, than emails. So you'll get a text. You don't get the link. The link will come out on Thursday on, June the 5th. It's when the link comes out. And I do that intentionally because I don't want people sharing the link. You can't get into the webinar unless you're pre-registered. If you're not registered by the 5th, you go on a waiting list. So after the 5th, you won't be able to just get in. You have to wait. We have to see what the numbers are. And they're growing every day, I can tell you. So I just want you to make sure that you're one of them, for sure. So we're down to the last few minutes. I have enjoyed myself, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you have, and I hope you've learned something. And I will be back. It's up to Dr. Kelly. I think he'll have me back again. I'd love to come back and be here on the Black Business Network. I'm always honored to come on the show because it means a lot. It really does. So you have a wonderful day. And Dr. Kelly, I'm turning it over to you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
hard is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? One, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. Two, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And three, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker is Dr. Barbara Wright. Dr. Barbara Wright is the visionary founder of the Certified Business Builder Incorporated, widely known as the architect of dreams and funding maestro. With over 2 decades of experience in grant writing, educational training, and fund development, she has helped organizations secure more than $150 million in grants. I'm going to say that again. $150 million in grants, contracts, and loans. A former business education instructor and program manager, she has also developed award-winning tools for Budget Builder Pro, Grant Builder Pro, and the Canvas grant writing system. Holding a PhD in religious education and a lifetime Missouri certification in business education, Dr. Wright empowers others, not only through funding, but also through her motivational speaking and innovative mindset. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, our very own Dr. Barbara Wright.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. Welcome, Dr. Wright. How are you?
Thank you. I'm really good and glad to be here.
All righty.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad to be with you here today. Today, we're going to talk about workforce development, and it is an extremely important topic. I'm Dr. Barbara Wright. As she said, I am the certified dream builder, and I try weekly to provide free information to anyone who is willing to listen to learn about fund development. And today's lesson is going to be focus on workforce development. As we know, the workforce landscape is changing rapidly with emerging technologies, shifting demographics, and evolving skill requirements. Workforce development is no longer just an option, it's a necessity. Grant funding plays a critical role in making these initiatives sustainable and impactful. It's very difficult for someone to go into their pocket to provide all the training that's going to be needed. Today, we're going to cover how to craft a comprehensive grant proposal that not only aligns with funder priorities, but also clearly demonstrates the measurable impact of workforce development programs. Whether you're new to grant writing or just looking to enhance your skill, you'll leave hopefully with some actionable items that will help you, some insights and some resources. We're going to cover our 7 steps that any organization has to do to get ready for grant writing. In fact, this is our Monday lesson. We usually do a free session on Mondays and Thursdays, and this is one of the Monday session that you will be getting today, which is actually the prep for grant writing. We give you those things that you need to do. We provide you with tools that you need in order to get ready, and there are 7 steps for getting ready. I've had the privilege of working on successful workforce development grants for years, securing funding that has helped to train hundreds of thousands of people, created jobs, and transformed communities, and we're still doing it. Now we're focusing more on the STEM training, the CO2 carbon reduction, the training for solar, for construction, for so many of those different areas. This session, I hope, will help you in moving yourself forward. Whether you are a person who is looking to obtain better jobs in workforce development, but mostly for those of you who are nonprofits or for-profits who are providing workforce development programs and services. So with that, we're going to jump right into our book called Program and Fund Development Workbook for Workforce and Economic Development Programs, featuring the 7 steps of starting your organization. Now, we want to make sure that you know the importance of workforce development. The reason that workforce development is so important, 44% of workers will require reskilling by 2030. How is that going to happen unless some of you guys take on workforce development as a nonprofit or a for-profit organization? For our people to be retrained, being that 44% of all workers will need to be reskilled. They'll have to have more knowledge in AI and more knowledge in STEM, more knowledge in how to analyze, and you could be the one that's teaching that. AI integration will transform all of our roles. It has definitely transformed the way I do business and the way many other people do business that I have met with. Digital skill demand will soar. So for those of us who are not into the digital world, you have to get there. So somebody's going to have to train you, or you're going to have to be that one that's offering the training. Generational shifts. Millennials and Gen Zs will dominate the workforce. I was reading a stat just a couple of days ago and teaching a class just a couple of days ago that talked about by the year, I believe it's 2030. Right now, as of today, we have about 52,000 births and about 22,000 deaths. Well, that's going to flip within 10 years. We've got trillions of dollars changing hands because of the baby boomers are getting much older and they are starting to transcend to the next life. And that leaves the baby boomers and Gen Zs out here to dominate what is happening. Well, with that change, there's going to be changes in all different kinds of things. The money is going to be changing hands. And what you need to figure out is how in the world are you going to be able to get some in your hands, or you're going to be left behind. So there's going to be a definite generational shift by 2030. There's going to be a rise in skilled trades careers among Gen Zs. The healthcare sector will drive employment growth. Why? Because we have so many people aging. So as they learn new techniques and to be able to give the people who are living longer a more quality life, there's going to be lots of room in the healthcare sector. The aging workforce definitely presents a challenge. 60% of employees are between the ages of 30 and 54, meaning some of them are nearing retirement. So how do you replace them? The global talent shortage could reach 85 million by 2030 because a lot of our people here in the US know how to play the games, but they don't know how to build the games. That's why I'm so excited to have two apps out there myself, Budget Builder Pro and soon Grant Builder Pro. There's going to be a shift towards a more flexible workforce model. Are you ready for that? Are you training people to be quality remote workers? What is it that you do that's going to help people get ready for the shift? Being that 44% of workers are going to be need to be reskilled. Where are you in that process? And that's what we're going to briefly talk about this morning. And lastly, employees' well-being and engagement is going to be a priority more so than it was before. So I'm hopeful that that kind of sets you up as to why this information that we are providing today is important. So there are 7 steps that you need to do as an organization to help people get prepared for this new dispensation that we are in. And those 7 steps include initial feasibility planning. If you are starting to operate a workforce development program or any other grant program for that matter, you need to do a feasibility study. You need to be able to discuss your mission, vision, and value statement and come up with those 5 W's to help you know what your program is. And you say, what are the 5 W's? It's the who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. You need to be able to discuss your SWOT analysis and pestle analysis, which we'll cover that in a minute. Phase 2, you want to make sure you meet those regulatory requirements. Phase 3, business credibility. So just jot down the titles right now, and maybe you can take some notes and put some things under it later, or come back and listen to this again. So phase 1 is the initial feasibility. Phase 2 is the regulatory requirements. Phase 3 is building your business credibility. Phase 4 of the 7 phases is brand development, making sure you build a brand. Phase 5 is the collaborative development strategies. Phase 6 is sustainability and developing your finance program. And phase 7 is making sure that you train those that are working with you in order to do what it is that they need to do. So the second part of our lesson, the first part is just introduction. So the second part is to make sure that you have some pre-program and research tools in order to carry out those 7 steps. So the pre-program and research tools include making sure that you understand the vocabulary of whatever it is that you are doing, that you also understand the best practices of whatever it is that you are doing. So you want to learn the vocabulary because you can have a good conversation with someone who can give you more information. Most people love to talk about what they do, but they like to talk about what they do with someone who they feel have an understanding. And if you understand the vocabulary, then that will make you a greater candidate for someone with great experience to be able to talk to. And then those best practices is just what's happening in the industry. You want to know the industry. You don't want to go to them asking basic questions that you can find out with a Google search or a quick AI search. You want to make sure that you know the statistics that support whatever it is that you're talking about. I just gave you some statistics that's really important. 44% of people are going to need to be retrained. That's a major statistic when it comes to workforce development. Some of the areas to where you can get the statistics is the U.S. Department of Labor, the National Skills Coalition, the Pew Research Center, and the National Association of Workforce Boards are some of the places where you can get some information. You want to make sure that you do a SWOT analysis before you're starting to write grants. You want to know what your strengths, your weaknesses, your opportunities, and your threats. You also want to know the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats for the field that you are about to go into. What is the SWOT analysis for that industry? Not only for yourself, but for the industry that you are about to go into. One of the most important things that you can do as a pre-prep is to understand the PESTLE analysis. The PESTLE analysis is an acronym for political concerns, economic concerns, social concerns, technological concerns, environmental concerns, and legal concerns. So how does those play a part in your 5 Ws? The who, the what, the when, the where, and the why. How does the PESTLE analysis determine your success? If you're trying to do something that's going to put a lot of smoke and pollution in the air, I can tell you it's not going to be supported by government agencies. So you're not going to be able to get any grants. Like if you want to start a business burning up cars and using the ash to make some kind of vase or something like that, that's not going to be supported because the goal right now is to clean up our environment. So you want to know what the PESTLE analysis is. Right now, the PESTLE analysis supports workforce development programs. The PESTLE analysis support affordable housing. The PESTLE analysis support STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. So you want to know what is the current PESTLE analysis supporting so that you can get help when you get ready to go apply for grants. Part 3 in our workbook is the program planning and development. Program planning and development. In our program planning and development, we want to make sure that you develop your logic model because all of these are going to help you after you've done your 7 steps. All of these is going to help you in making sure that you are ready to write grants. So what is that logic model? The logic model helps you answer those 5 W's even better because it talks about the inputs. What do you bring to the table? It talks about the activities. That's what do you do? It talks about the outputs. That's how do you measure your progress? It talks about the outcomes. How will the participants benefit? And it talks about the impact. How does the community benefit? As far as inputs, what you might bring to the table for a workforce development program or any other program that you are providing to support the community, you may bring some resources or skilled staff. As far as the activities of what you do, you may, for workforce development, you may be able to identify the job market trends and labor or develop training and education programs. For the output, how do you measure progress? If you are doing a workforce development program, it's probably the number of participants, the number of graduates, the types of training and programs offered. For your outcomes, how will the participants benefit? Increased employment rates could be one of the benefits. Improved job skills could be one of the benefits. You want to know what those benefits are because that's going to help you in writing the grant. We're writing the grant already because these are the types of questions that your funders are going to ask you. The impact. How does the community benefit? It may be that they increase economic growth and development. It may be that you get improved quality of life. Again, this is Dr. Barbara Wright, I am the certified dream builder of certifieddreambuilder.com, and I am providing you information that you can use to help you write workforce development grants. Remember, the workforce development area is going to experience tremendous growth because 44% of the people in this country need to be retrained. You want to make sure that you have timelines that speak to what you're doing. So when I say timelines, I'm talking about January through December. And if you're not working on a fiscal calendar, which means that your year may start in August, you want to do yours from August to July. But normally, most of us do a calendar year, I'm sorry, which is January to December. And then you might want to break that up into quarters, which is every 3 months. January, February, March is one quarter. April, May, June is a quarter. July, August, September is a quarter. October, November, December is a quarter. Some of you need to be told what to do every day. So you might need to break yours down to 365 days. What do I do every day to implement this program? And now that you have programs like AI, it becomes a lot easier. Part 4 in this 6-part workbook is fundraising and budgeting tools. You want to make sure that you have fundraising and budgeting tools. You want to know how you would spend the money. I like to do my budgets based on $1 million because $1 million is not nearly as much as it used to be. But if you are the type person who can only have $100,000 faith, just take a zero off of all of the numbers that we have in our books, and that'll get you down to the $100,000 budget. But if you have $1 million budget, 300,000 goes to salary, 75,000 goes to fringe benefits, 50,000 would go to travel, and so on and so forth until you add up to that $1 million, which would be the workforce development program that you are developing, including some contractual agreements of maybe 150,000, indirect cost of maybe 10%, which would be 100,000. There's several other areas that you would be addressing in your budget, but we're just kind of giving you an idea. You want to make sure that you know where your money is going to go. You want to make sure that you do some fundraisers as well, because most funders that give you their money, they want to make sure that you are going to be sustainable. Once this is over, once the grant money is gone, you are still able to handle your grant. And the only way that you're going to be able to do that is not put all of your eggs in one basket. All of your all of your funding shouldn't just be dependent on grants. You should have some grants, some fundraisers. You should be tapping into the 7 income streams, and those 7 income streams are individual gifts, retail gifts, retail sponsorships, foundation grants, local grants, state grants, and federal grants. Those are the 7 areas that you should be getting money from, and you should really be tapping into all of them. Again, this is Dr. Barbara Wright. I am your certified dream builder. You can find me 24/7 at certifieddreambuilder.com. Part 5 in our book, Workforce Development Planning Programs for Workforce Development, is the clickable resources and local and in-kind donors that you can go to for help with your program. There are associations like the National Skills Coalition that we mentioned earlier. There is the National Association of Workforce Boards. There's the Association of Talent Development. These are some of the places that you can partner with to make sure that you have some great partners that can help take your program to the next level. The Council for Adult and Experimental Learning, the National Fund for Workforce Solutions. These are some of the areas that can help you. As far as the National Skills Coalition, they offer advocacy and policy support for workforce development programs. So you may need some advocacy, or you may need some policy support. They are the ones that can provide that. The National Association of Workforce Boards, they support workforce development boards and professionals. So if you are a professional workforce development person, you may want to join that National Association of Workforce Development Boards. The Association for Talent Development, they provide resources and training for talent talent development professional. So if you are a talent developer, then that might be an association that you would want to join. And they probably also put out conferences each year. So you want to consider that if that is an area you're interested in. America's Promise Alliance is another place that could possibly give you help in that area. The Society of Human Resources, they provide HR professionals resources for talent management. So those are some of the associations that you might find yourself gravitating to. There are grant making foundations out there that will provide money for those of you who are interested in providing workforce development. JP Morgan Chase is one that does provide funding for job training, apprenticeship, and education. So if those are areas you're interested in, JP Morgan Chase may be able to help you. Now, don't contact JP Morgan Chase if you have not done your homework, if you haven't done the things that I mentioned to you in the beginning, like creating your 5 W's, the who, the what, the when, the where, the why, that you don't have your mission statement, you don't have your website, you have not set up some of the things that you need to set up to ensure that you are ready for someone to find you on social media. You might want to do some other things, but once you're ready, then that's when you are connecting with people like JP Morgan Chase, like the Walmart Foundation. They provide grants for skill development and workforce training. Ford Foundation provides support for inclusive economic development and job creation. Um, Lumina Foundation, they provide grants for education and workforce development initiatives. Annie Casey is another one who provides grants funding for programs focused on youth employment. So if you are an organization that is mainly focused on youth employment, then Annie E. Casey Foundation might be the one for you. The Charles Koch Foundation supports for organizations promoting economic opportunity. That's how I got to meet him and served with him for 4 years, teaching his entrepreneur program. He turned out to be a great guy as far as I was concerned, and was very good for the youth in providing them opportunities. And then there's W.K. Kellogg Foundation. They offer grants for education and workforce development program. So those are some of the grants. And then some of you may be looking for in-kind donations. You just want to go with organizations that are providing in-kind donations. There's Microsoft. They provide software and technology resources and training programs. IBM provides technology solutions, skills development initiatives. There's Google. They provide online digital tools and career development support. Salesforce, training programs, access to Salesforce. Toyota provides skill-based training and career development programs, and AT&T provides technology and communication tools and job readiness programs. So these are some of the ones that provide in-kind donations, and in-kind donations is anything other than cash. And what we're talking about is for those workforce development programs. And if you are joining late, we did say that 44% of people will need to be retrained. So if you are interested in starting a workforce development program, you're right on time. We also talked about the SWOT and PESTLE analysis. The SWOT analysis talks about your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, but that PESTLE analysis talks about whether or not you are ready to get grants. Is what you are doing politically supported? Is it economically supported? Is it socially and culturally supported? You want to think about all of those things before you go. Is the technology there? Is it legal? And is it environmentally friendly? Those are the things that you have to think about before you get ready to offer any program to the community. Because if you want to be able to get funds to help you in serving your community, we're not talking about begging just to put money in your pocket. We're talking about serving your community. If you are a person who wants to serve your community and the PESTLE analysis is on your side, then more than likely you can get some funds. So what federal agencies might be there to support your organization? Now, I know we have a lot going on and a lot of changes being made to federal agencies. The U.S. Department of Labor has been one that would really help to fund your organizations. Now, whether or not they're going to continue to be, I don't know. It may be more moved into the SBA, but right now it is Department of Labor. The U.S. Department of Education, Office of Career and Technical Education, they offer funding for career and technical education programs. The U.S. Business Administration, the SBA, Office of Workforce and Economics, they offer support for small business development and workforce training. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development offers funding for community-based workforce development initiatives, and they offer supportive services. Most of these agencies not only offer the workforce development training, but they also offer funding for supportive services. The federal grants is where you're going to be able to command those larger grants. So you want to definitely look at those. We have many of you have heard of the Economic Development Administration, the EDA, maybe you haven't, but they offer economic development grants supporting workforce initiatives. Many of you have heard of TANF, temporary assistance for needy families. They offer funding for employment and training services for very low income individuals. So if you have not contacted them through acfhhs.gov, you might consider contacting them because they do offer some training for low-income individuals. And then the U.S. Department of Agriculture is one of the other areas to where you can get those grant funds. Now, I love to give a training on how you can go to grants.gov and look for these grants. So if you want to write this down, just go to grants.gov. Again, this is Dr. Barbara Wright. I am the certified dream builder. You can find me 24/7 at my website, certifieddreambuilder.com. There we offer free resources. You can go to the website and look at some of the grants that we have put on the website for you that you can apply for. We have lots of books on there that will help you in grant writing. And the book that we just covered, and you can scroll back and listen again if you'd like. This is our Workforce and Economic Development Programs workbook. Workforce and Economic Development Programs. And I want to, before our host comes back, I want to give you a reminder of the reason that this is so important. 44% of workers will require reskilling by 2030. I started with this and I want to end with this because this is so important. AI integration will transform your roles. So we need to get ready for training our workforce. Hello.
Hi, Dr. Wright. I tell you, I'm listening to you and I'm just blown away. You are phenomenal. You are such a powerhouse. My question is, okay, about AI. AI is so new to all of us. How do we, as a society, get ready for AI? I know we've been using it, but how do we integrate it into the workforce?
The way we integrate it is, I would say, if you are serious, take some of the courses. Right now, some of the courses are free. You have to blow up that box that we have put ourselves in because the AI, standing for artificial intelligence, scrapes the internet. It's not coming up with new information. Let me put that out there first. It's not coming up with new information, but it's scraping the internet and pulling the information that we have put in these computers for the last since they came out in 46 or so. All of this information that we have entered into the computer, like right now, if I just go and tell it to look my name up and write something about me, it will give you a whole story about my life and what I've been able to do. It will do the same thing for you if you've been out there online. So what we have to do is get familiar with it. Now, I'm getting ready to give you a secret that you can take to the bank. It is what the AI.tech. That is a website that gives you the over 12,000 bots that are out there, AI bots. It will categorize them as free or paid, It's what the AI. You do have to put the HTTP
Mhm.
colon slash and then the www dot in order to get it to open up. But what the AI dot tech will tell you all of the AI artificial intelligence bots. Most of us are used to Chat GPT. A lot
Correct.
of us have done that. That's one of the 12,000. And that is why 44% of us are going to have to be retrained because most of us are not needed even now with all of this. It will make your flyers, it will write letters, assist you in the grant writing. It will assist you in anything that you are doing. But most of us don't know how to blow up the box. We are afraid of it. So I would say get in there, at least try to chat GPT and test it out. Get into what the AI and see all the different things that it will do for you. Budgets, you don't have to worry about budgets anymore. It'll do them for you. Coming up with a calendar, teaching you how to cook, everything, because they're not coming up with anything new. They're scraping the web of everything we have put in the web all of these years and giving it back to us in a much prettier format than what we put it in.
Well, I can tell you what I do now. I just did just last night. I type what I want to say, and then I put it into AI and I tell it the tone. I said, I like to a softer tone. I like for you to clean this up. And it goes, okay, we'll take care of that for you. And
That's
every
exactly
time
right.
they give it back to me, it's cleaner. There are no grammatical errors. It is so, I read it back and it's my words, but the way that AI is giving it to me, it sounds better.
Exactly. It's a scary proposition, but for those of us who may not have gotten everything that we needed in the classroom, AI will become probably your best friend in helping you say things the way it needs to be said, spell things the way it needs to be spelled, correct your grammar. You don't even have to worry about some of those things anymore. I have a person, sometimes people work with me, they're not the greatest spellers. And sometimes, depending on what I'm doing, I'm not the greatest one. I'll put these things, you don't even have to worry about it with AI. AI will fix it all for you. And sometimes it's not that I'm not a great speller. It's just I thought I hit it, but I didn't.
Right.
So I don't even go back and correct it because AI is going to correct it for you. So Nook and Ray, y'all, if y'all listening today, you don't have to worry anymore because you've got AI.
I tell it is. And then what people don't realize, many people Grammarly, they were familiar with that, but they didn't realize that was AI. They didn't know. So here we are now. But some people are afraid of it. What do you say to the person that's afraid of AI?
I would say, being that it's not going away anytime soon. I would tell people this. When the cars first came out in 1909, people was afraid of the car. When the computers came out, some of the church folks said it was the Antichrist. And they didn't want the computers nowhere near them. And now they got computers everywhere. So every time, by 1909, they was afraid of the cars. By 1919, the cars had taken over the street and the horses had become an entertainment. And that's the same thing that's going to happen with AI. Right now, people are somewhat afraid of it. But if they just look back through history and see all the things that we were afraid of and how we do eventually embrace them. Now, I don't want no chips in my hand. I don't want no chips in my head. I don't want none of that. So they do go a little overboard. So you have to know where you gonna say, no, stop. But they already know everything about you because it's everything we've already put in the system. It's already out there.
I know. I told a friend of mine, she this is a true story. I don't know if I should say this story, but it's a true one. She didn't want to text. And she said, oh, just text my husband, Mary. And I texted him 10 times that day. The next day, I did this intentionally, by the way. The next day, she goes, oh, I learned how to text. I said, oh, I knew you would. But she doesn't know. I forced her into it. I made her. It's like, and I've told people, technology is not going to stop because you don't want to do it. It doesn't work like that. And she said, well, why are you embracing technology? I said, what choice? I said, I would rather be embracing it than fighting it.
Yes. I mean, it helps you in health, mental health, physical health. It helps a lot of things because I was reading about ultra processed foods. So I just put that in and I ask it to give me a list, to help me avoid ultra processed food. And it gives you a list. So what you do is you use the positive. There's a lot of things out there that are negative.
Right.
So you find the positives that helps you to do the things that you need to do. Like, there's these shots that people take to help them lose weight, but then it has all of these side effects. So I looked up the natural remedy. It gave me the natural remedy because if you listen to some of these platforms, they'll have you listening for 4 hours and still won't give you the answer. I went to AI and it gave me the answer in a minute. It's 4 ingredients. It's honey, it's lemon, it's water, and ginger. That works almost as well as the shots if you're faithful to it. The problem is some of us are not faithful. But then I used AI and said, if I add black pepper, will that activate it? And it does. So what it will do is not only give you what you asked, but the more questions you ask, the better it is. It helps us all. That's all I can tell you.
It does. I know. I'm telling you, I use it now. The way I use it. But someone told me, I write scripts, and they're like, "Oh, it'll write your movie script for you." I said, "This is what I've learned about that. You have to come with an idea. It's not gonna. You know what I mean? There's limits to it. You can't just say write the script. You got to give it prompts. What is it what type of script are you looking for? Are you looking for a drama? Are you looking for a romance? Are you looking for a comedy? It's more to it than what people think. It just doesn't
It enhances. Yes, you're right. It enhances what we already bring to the table. Now, if you bring nothing, it's going to make that a little better. Get to the table. It's really going to take you to the next level. I do believe, but I still believe we have to watch what we internalize and watch how we're using it. We can use it for the positive or for the negative. I mean, you can do a lot of things. You can start checking people's backgrounds and doing different things, and then you can get sued. So you want to be very careful about how you use AI. You want to be ethical in how you use it.
Yeah, I do. But I appreciate your knowledge about AI and about workforce development and about grants. I'm just sitting, I'm literally going, How can I write as many? Well, would you mind sharing with the audience how they can get in contact with you?
You can get in touch with me 24/7 at certifieddreambuilder.com. Certifieddreambuilder.com. It will give you all of our courses and workbooks. We have over 50 workbooks. It will give you the names of all of our workbooks and courses, and we offer them free every week. You have to go to my website to find out how.
Wow, that's a blessing. That is a blessing. Well, I like to thank you for your time of being you. Like I said, you will hear from me.
Awesome.
You see Mary D. Welch, that would be me, because I'm just honored. Your knowledge is just phenomenal.
Thank you so much.
I'm in the process of writing a grant, so definitely thank you so much.
Awesome. I am happy to be a part of this genius network. Black Business Expo is a blessing. I'm happy to be a part.
Oh, so I tell you, well, we're happy to have you. We're honored to have you.
Thank you.
And genius, ladies and gentlemen, it's as Dr. Kelly always says. Now I forgot what Dr. Kelly. I was Dr. Kelly. Please forgive me. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hey.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
Hello, my name is Kiasi Helm and I'm 14 years old. I think my genius would probably have to be setting goals and achieving them. I say this because ever since I was young, I always wanted to be an author, and at age 11, I ended up achieving this. But not only did I end up becoming an author, I ended up becoming a public speaker, a publisher, a business owner, all these great things. The name of my business is Written by Kids Publishing Company. I decided to start this company because I thought it was important for me to help kids my age express themselves through literacy and just achieve their own goals. Because to me, achieving goals is the best thing in the world to feel. It's you just achieving things and aspirations that you set for yourself. And I know that everybody is capable of this because even if you don't end up achieving the goal, you still tried your best, and that's the most important thing. And everybody is capable of this because genius is common. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
How you doing? I'm Rodney Allen Rippey. Yeah, the child actor. Well, now, leading man. Some of you might remember back in the day, the Harlem Globetrotters popcorn machine. Remember that? Well, it was a Saturday morning special that would come on, and I was there with Geese and Tex and Meadowlark Lemon. Remember the show? Well, I had a great time. And I have to say a huge, huge thank you to all my fans out there. Thank you for all the years of support. I went on from the entertainment industry. I started getting into producing and directing. And now, hey, here I am. I'm a studio executive here in Burbank, California at 2526 Studios. I have to say, it's been pretty good, but the best is yet to come. Please stay encouraged. Keep reaching for your dreams and never forget that genius is common. Remember that. Genius is common. No matter what anyone says to you, no matter how tough the road may get, keep striving. Keep reaching for your dreams. And always know that you are worth it. Everything that you put into yourself, everything good that you pour into your life, you are worth it. And when the times get tough, when things don't go exactly right, it's okay. Dust your shoulders off. Stand up strong. And remember, genius is common.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I traveled back and forth to D.C. because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglass Lab. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
is it to land on the front cover of a top-tier global publication? The answer may surprise you. If you are a business owner, industry leader, speaker, author, or coach, this is your opportunity to get featured in a publication that reaches worldwide. We want to be able to tell your story, showcase your brand. We have made it so easy. All you have to do is answer a few questions and tell us a little bit about your business, and we'll take care of the rest. But why get featured? 1, it gives you massive exposure to a global audience. 2, it helps to boost your credibility and your authority in your industry. And 3, it helps you to expand your network and unlock opportunities. Now, right now, we are offering a special limited time offer. You can be seen by over 10,000 viewers and readerships each month. So don't wait. This is your time to elevate your business and get featured. All you have to do is click the link below and get started today.
When you hear the word extraordinary, what words come to mind? Outstanding, above and beyond, yes, way above average, amazing, huge, right? Well, here's what I want to tell you. The only difference between ordinary and extraordinary is extra.
The only difference between hot water and boiling water is 1 degree.
You see, at 211 degrees, water's hot, right? 212 degrees, it boils.
With boiling water comes steam. With steam,
you can power a train. 1 degree. The only difference between winning and losing is belief.
The only difference between a person living their full potential
and not reaching their full potential is desire.
Continue adding that little extra in your community. There's a difference between success and significance. Success is adding value to yourself. Significance is adding value to other people.
The question you have to ask yourself there is, how can I add value to them? So you have to be intentional about how you're going to add value to that person. Everybody wants to know that you have something good planned for them.
1, 2, 3, down.
See, there were 2 guys that decided to take lunch. They were factory workers. And they sat down, and one guy reached in his lunch pail, and he pulled out a sandwich.
And he looked at it and he says, oh my God, this is another bologna sandwich. He goes,
I don't want another bologna sandwich. I hate bologna. Why do I keep having bologna sandwiches?
His friend said, calm down, man, just relax. He says, it's going to be okay. He says, next time, tell your wife, don't fix your bologna sandwich, and it'll be okay.
He said, leave my wife out of this. I fix my own lunch every day.
You see, the bologna that we have in our life, we pack it.
The bologna that we pack in our lunch pail, we put it there.
The question is, what bologna are you packing in your lunch pail every day? What bologna are you packing with you from last year into this year? And what bologna are you going to pack from this year into next year?
This young lady right here, I got married when I was 19. She was 17, senior at Washington Marion High School. We didn't want bologna in our lives forever. We decided to live a life of significance and give back to our community that helped us every day. Not every other day, not some days, not most days, but every day to give back to someone else.
The harder you fall, the higher you bounce back.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Mary D. Welch, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, I would like to introduce to you our fireside chat speaker. Her name is Deanna Lindsay Lewis. Deanna Lindsay Lewis is a brand strategist, a designer, a writer, a self-proclaimed Black sheep since 1986, and the owner of Brand Smash Studio, a company on a mission to make Black sheep creatives unemployable through world building and fresh sales tactics. She is fueled with conviction that we are born limited edition, that we already have everything needed to launch our life's work, get paid handsomely for it, and build spaces not yet created where we can be inspired by the original creator. With over 15 years of building and branding and marketing experience, Deanna has worked with hundreds of small businesses, nonprofit corporations, and corporations, helping them to lean into what makes them one of a kind in order to create high converting campaigns that people care deeply about and fall in love with. She insists that the depth of meaningful connection and experiences, the delight is boring branding, and has waged war against it. Rightfully so, she pours all of her love into her email list, rarely to be discovered on social media unless for a client, sharing inspiration plus strategy for creating riveting and irresistible branding that sells itself. I would like to welcome to the stage Deanna Lindsay Lewis. Deanna?
Hello, Mary D. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I am well. Glad to be back on the show. Glad to be speaking with you again.
I feel the same way. I'm for sure. It's good to see you. Well, I tell you, Deanna, as I've already shared with you, you are so, what can I say? You're so wonderful at what you do. What advice would you give uh, about brands? What a brand is, and just why it's so important to be a brand.
Yes, so my actual favorite definition of branding is that it creates irrational desire, right? So a brand is something that's actually intangible. It's a gut feeling that someone has about your business, about you, right? So it's how you shape people's opinions
Correct.
about how they view value, like how valuable is a thing, right? So I think when branding is done well, it creates a rational desire because buying is an emotional decision. So we buy the thing that we desire and then we will justify it with logic later.
Guilty. I will do that. And I'll be holding something up going, well, you don't know where you're going to wear it today, but there'll be somewhere you can wear it tomorrow.
I mean, look, my favorite example of that is Rolex. Like no one spends that amount of money because they need to be able to tell time. It's not logical, right? So it's good branding creates an irrational desire.
Wow. I love it. Well, why should authors think of themselves as creators of universes, but not just books?
Yes, I was really excited to talk about this topic with you today, Mary. Um, so I think that something that authors have, which most of us don't actually have, is already a predisposition to story, to write like story that you've created. You create these fictional universes for which you've built worlds around. Like you have to go in and think about the worlds that you're building. And so I believe that there's this really extraordinary opportunity for you to extend that world that you build for your characters into your own world so that you invite your readers in and give them a place to belong. That way they can contribute as opposed to just consume.
I'm listening because I'm actually writing something right now that I have to turn in.
I feel like you're always writing. Like, what's the number of books that you've written again?
Over 30.
Over 30 books.
But now I'm in the screenwriting. And I'll be honest with you, Jen, I struggle. This is such a struggle for me. And that's what makes me understand when people say they don't understand how I write and things, how do you do that? And it is really, I say mine is by inspiration. Something inspires me to write. But screenwriting is a total different animal. It really, really is. And then when I struggle with it, I run back to my children's books.
What's interesting about that is how many authors have actually turned their books into screenplays.
Yep.
So, perhaps you could be inspired by one of your own works, with screenwriting. And then again, I'm curious to see how you could take that and extend it into your own brand, into the Mary D. Welsh world. What does that look like?
Oh, that's, right now it's definitely in the children's book arena. But even with the screenplays, I've written how many feature films? 4 feature films. So and that, I still, and at the same time, I'm in screenwriting classes. It never ends. I tell anybody, at least for me, it hasn't. You just keep going.
I'm curious. So just humor me for a second. So with the screenplays that you're doing, is there a through line? Is there something in common that all of them share?
Usually family tends to be I tend to lean into family. In one of them, the mother passes away. Another one, the son is arrested. There's different, but there's family. And it's showing the unity that they get behind. And he didn't do what they're accusing him of too. So it's and unfortunately we're talking about mass incarceration. Very few families, if you don't have someone incarcerated or know someone that is, that is a sad reality that we have as African Americans. I was just talking to somebody recently. Every single person was 5. If there wasn't an immediate family member, it was a cousin, it was an uncle, it was a friend of a friend, but not one person in that group could say they didn't know anyone. That is, to me, a sad reality. Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm. But anyway, that I don't want to focus on the negativity, I guess you could say, but this is a reality. I say that. I'm actually writing about that, truthfully. I mean, there's so much to write about. There's no limit. There's no limit. What's the cost of not building a world around your work, especially in today's attention economy?
Yeah. So we all know, you were just speaking with, was it Dr. Barbara ahead of me about AI, right? So when we have information now at the tip of our fingertips, we can get an answer in 2.5 seconds. We've got TikToks. I was just speaking to my children who can't even sit still long enough to listen to a full 3-minute song because they're just used to the very short sound clips that you get on TikTok. Our attention spans are shorter than ever. And so the opportunity that you have with building a world is immersion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the way that you hold attention is to actually engage your reader or your consumer by actually immersing them in an experience.
Right?
I
like that.
Yeah. People that just sitting back and consuming, the attention span on that, it's very, very short, but you can really hold hostage attention if you can create an amazing experience for someone.
Mm-hmm. But I know too, in some of my classes, they say you have 10 to 15 minutes when someone is watching your film, they're going to decide in the first 10 to 15 minutes if they're going to keep watching. So you literally, if you notice, many films start out with a bang. And that's because their goal is to grab you, to keep you, because they understand we only have 15 minutes. And they'll decide whether to watch it or turn it in 15
And
minutes.
if that's the case with film, then it's offering a lot of grace because 15 minutes is actually a very long time. So if you're creating video for social media, the time frame for that is actually 15 seconds,
right?
Not 15 minutes, right? And if you're writing a piece, and as an author, I know you'll understand this, like you got to have a hook, right? That hook, you've got 1 second to capture someone's attention. And I always say that the job of the line that you're writing, the only job it has is to get the reader to read the very next line.
Right? That's true.
Right. It's all about just holding attention. Attention is the most valuable currency these days because you can be amazing at what you do. You can have amazing content, copy, your books can be riveting, but if you can't get anyone to pay attention to it, then what is it all for?
You don't have anything in that sense. That's what it amounts to. I know I was mentioning earlier the new children's book I have called When I Was on the Moon. I actually just said the words when I was on the moon, and someone said, "Where can I get that book?"
I love that. Yes. Yes. And do you know what I love about that? That's actually, and I actually use this in marketing as well. It's called flash fiction, right? So it's like literally that book title is the perfect example of flash fiction. It's, can you tell a story or start a story in just one line?
Yes.
So you say that, and it's so evocative. When I was on the moon, and just immediately you get that visual. We can see it. It's so evocative. So that's actually what makes that super powerful.
It was, and that came from a conversation. I was on the phone, a conversation, and the gentleman said, he said, when I was on the moon. That's what he said. I said, wait. He said, what's the matter? I said, that is a book. And I just wrote it down. I literally wrote that book in about not even 2 hours, I don't think. I knew instantly that it was a book. it wasn't something I get, like I've shared with you, I get, it's like a buzz when I hear something like that. And I'm like, that is something. And when the lady said to me, where do I get that book? That's how I knew that buzz was there. That,
Now, let me show you something. I have not had the pleasure of reading that book, right? Although now I'm sure I need to go purchase it for my children. But take something like, you're an author, so take When I Was on the Moon. And now think about if you applied it to the story of the family dealing with incarceration. But the title is the same.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that title could literally be, and so whenever you can do that, you actually have a premise for your entire world. You could take that one line and build an entire world around it, and all of your stories and screenplays could fit within it. Just different characters, different storylines, but all under that premise. And it's extremely intoxicating. Like it's a really good line, whether it's for children or adults dealing with mass incarceration. You take something that, as you said earlier, felt really negative, and then you put it through the lens of When I Was on the Moon, and suddenly it feels like possibilities.
Oh yeah, it really does. It really does. But I remember when I paused, he said, "What is going on here?" Because now think about it, he said the words, but he didn't get the vision of the words. He just voiced them and kept going. And so had I not stopped, it was like, and I would tell anybody, it's like you grab it out of the universe. Had I not stopped right then and wrote it down, this book would not exist. Yes. And it happens every day. I tell anybody.
We built an entire universe around that for you, Mary D. Like I could totally see you sitting on the moon in a photo as your author photo instead of going so typical. Mind you, I haven't seen your author photo, but I think we go with the typical headshot. But how much more interesting would you be, and how much would you grab my attention if instead you look like you were thinking, contemplating while sitting on the moon?
I love it. See, but that's your wheels are always turning too. They're always, they're in you. I've come to terms. This is who we are. This is who we are. Our minds are geared to, like I said, that a friend said, ideas are in the air. They're there. But if you don't grab them and repurpose them and you miss it, is what it is. It happens every single day. How do you respond to an author who says, I just want to write? I'm not a brand.
Right. So that would be the difference between a hobbyist and someone who actually wants to build a career around selling their books. Now, mind you, I hope that when you do write, it is from a place of, I just want to write. Hopefully that flows from a place of passion. But once you've put the passion on the page, you must do something with the book. Either it's going to set in your library for your own personal use, or you want it out in the world for mass consumption. And whenever you want to sell a thing, you need a brand. You need to build a brand around it, because people are making snap decisions. Just like when you were talking about how, when creating a film, people are making a decision within the first 15 minutes, whether or not the film is worth their time. Yeah. We go throughout our lives in and out of stores and on and offline, and we're making snap decisions every second about what we will or will not purchase.
That's right.
And so building a brand around your work is giving people a reason to purchase.
I'm just thinking, I'm still back at when I was on the moon brand.
Listen, I sure hope you build that entire, that's an entire universe that I would love to come visit.
It is really, I can tell you right now, it's going to happen. It's going to happen because it makes sense. Is all it is. It makes sense. How do authors, how can authors start extending the world of their story into how they show up online or in marketing?
Absolutely. And we just gave the perfect example of that with your own line, right? But I like to think of it as, when you finish your book
Mhm.
and you get to the last page and it's the end. It's the end for that, but it's just the beginning for your brand, right? What would happen if you took that book and then extended the world? So one of the ways I like to begin to think about this is um, like the wizarding world of Harry Potter, right? You think about how vivid the world building is in those books and how now people are choosing what houses they belong to. They're running around with like the cloaks and practicing, the spells. Or I think there's even a function on my iPhone that if I don't want to say her name because she might talk, but you say the name and you're like luminous, and then it turns the flashlight on. I mean, it's literally ingrained into our culture. So if you were to think about any book that you write, it's easier with fiction, but still possible with nonfiction.
Right.
But you gave it what I call the Disney effect, right? So whenever you go to Disney World, they usually are choosing a popular movie or they're choosing a popular book. And then
Right.
they take that and literally build a world as a theme park, as an exhibit. Oh gosh, I don't know if anyone's seen the Avatar exhibit in Animal Kingdom. It is next level, right? So if
I
you
have.
thought about your book
Mhm.
after you finish writing it,
Right.
and you thought about it from if Disney were to pick this up and create a theme park attraction for it, what would it look like? What would it feel like? What type of merchandise would I sell? What would the t-shirts say? Would there be stickers? Would we have cups? Right? Like your Zoom background. What would that universe look like behind you? Right? Like again, your author photo, the back of the book. Like how do we extend this? What type of language do your characters use? Can you use some of that in your own language in your own content? Does it want to belong on a sticker? Is it, like how do we bring some of these touch points into the real world, right? You think about something like, and what's crazy is the fact that I don't think enough authors, yes, your medium is pen to paper, written word, but I don't know why enough authors don't think of themselves as film creators, right? So many books get translated to movies. We
They do.
think about Star Wars, right? And their entire conventions and conferences,
Oh my goodness.
right? Because when you can world build in your story and outside of your story, you create a place that people want to live. They want to dress up like the characters, they want to eat the things that they eat, they want to say the things that they say, and you create an entire universe for people to live. In exchange for what's happening with the attention economy right now, fan-centric or fan-driven economy, which is part of world building, is taking off like you would not believe, right? And
Wow.
what I mean by that is that you give your fans, your readers, your consumers an opportunity to shape your world. Because what happens when we feel that we have ownership of something? Or what happens when we feel like we've thrown an idea out there that's then gotten incorporated into like the story or into the character's world? Now you've turned me into an ambassador, like a world ambassador, an advocate, and I'm going to go tell everyone, right?
Yeah.
It's the strongest form of marketing without, I don't know, exhausting yourself on social media, right?
Well,
Um,
it's still word of mouth is always the strongest marketing you could ever have. Isn't that still, even with what we have, it's word of mouth.
Absolutely.
Because we
Absolutely.
trust the people that near us to say this is whatever they're saying about. I'll use what's out now, Sinners, the movie Sinners. When the first weekend it came out, we didn't go see it. When I saw the reviews, I couldn't get there fast enough. I was like, I need to go see this movie. Because all people, they were out and every people were talking about it so much till I didn't want to not be one of the people that didn't see it or hadn't seen it.
Oh, I'm so the opposite. I've got to admit, I still haven't seen it, but I haven't seen it because of the reason you just like. I feel like the hype is it's like so electric. I'm afraid that I might actually be let down. So I'm like,
Yes.
I'll wait.
You won't. You won't. I can tell you that you won't. It's
Okay.
definitely good. I'm actually going to go see it again. That's how good it is.
Yeah, that's awesome.
But you're looking at art. That's what.
Yes.
That's what.
Yes.
That it's not just a movie that we're looking at. You're looking at the artist of the director, the writer, and the talent, which is Michael B. Jordan, literally at the top of their game. It is so phenomenal to see
From
that.
the costumes to the movies to, I mean, think about how easy it would to write a book, even if you did a nonfiction book and accompany it with a playlist.
Wow.
You know, for your readers. You
Right.
know, and a lot of authors are getting hip to that. You know, like when you look at what's it, Kindles, and you're looking at like an ebook, and then there's a website that you can go to, and then that author has built this entire world of resources that then can extend your knowledge beyond, you know, what it is that you're working on. So that's even a way that nonfiction writers can extend that universe beyond just the book.
Wow. And then in this particular book, well, he didn't write the book, he wrote the script. It's his first original. Everything he's done before this time was based on someone else's idea. So here it is now, he's saying, this is in my head. You get to see me on screen, see my idea, an original idea come to life. And that, I mean, the studio gave them $90 million to make it. They've made, I think it's over 300 million now. So it was a good bet.
That's awesome.
So I was go see it.
Oh no, I definitely will. I will definitely see it.
Yeah. What are some overlooked places where a fictional book can bleed into the real world without feeling forced?
Yeah. So I like to think about, especially with fiction, going back to like what I was just saying about how nonprofit writers can extend their world beyond the book. I think that where a lot of fiction authors may be missing the mark a little bit. You put your books out there for sale.
Right.
You have a book launch. Maybe it goes well, maybe it doesn't. However, it's out there. Then you decide you're going to write a second book. And then when you write that second book, you have to hope that all your fans are still out there somewhere and that they're willing to invest in you a second time, right? What nonfiction writers are starting to get right in the world of marketing and world building is, again, with ebooks, being able to put, or even if it's a physical book and you put a QR code or go to this website for free downloads, when you do that, they are collecting your email address.
That's right.
Right? Which means that the next book that they put out, they have a list of people that they know have already purchased from them.
Right.
These are warm leads. These are warm leads. Actually, at this point, they're hot because they've made a purchase. The opportunity to convert another buyer from hot, that's already hot, is like 4 times more likely than a cold lead, right? So if fiction authors found a way to do the same, why are we not collecting the email addresses so that we can then extend the relationship? Let's extend the lore. Maybe in between books, you're giving everyone on your email list like I don't know, a secret next chapter that you don't even know, you'll never see unless you're here, or maybe a backstory behind your favorite character, or just like secret Easter eggs that they can find so that we keep them in the world until you're ready to launch again the next book, right? And then you've kept this relationship going and they're hot, ready to buy.
Wow. And you're right, because I do have an email list, but I started it innocently, truthfully, not for any particular reason. And in fact, when I started the list, I did not have any books, if you think about that. And so I just wanted to share information with the community. And it has turned into a relationship that I never experienced. They are committed, they're there, they're like, we're here for it. They really are. And it's been gratifying to me also, I will honestly say.
And imagine having that demographic, psychographic information of people that you knew spent their money on you, right?
Yes.
Like to know that they purchased from you, and you get to start to learn things about your audience, like what percentage of them are female versus males, where they're coming from, what's like when you're thinking about a book tour, where am I going to go, and knowing that most of your purchasers come from a certain region or part of the country, like being able to make smarter decisions
Right.
from the very simple act of just including a link to some free or exciting resources so that you can get those email addresses of
Oh,
all your
yeah.
buyers. So I would say that that's definitely an overlooked thing that all authors could be doing that would just make a tremendous impact on their sales and on their brand as a
And
whole.
I have the link in my book. It links back to the website, but I don't have the QR code. So going forward, the QR code will be on every book.
And I needed to not link just to the website. We gotta give them exclusive content. We gotta take them somewhere so that, because you know what happens when you send them to a secret or hidden web page?
Mm-hmm.
You immediately turn them into an insider.
Ah, I love that. I love that.
Right.
'Cause and people like that. Where I'm actually starting with the email list. I haven't sent it out. Now you're getting some insight. I'm starting a VIP circle with my email list where they're going to get more of me, and I'll have
Love
private
it.
webinars. Just time with them, so they get to know me better, I get to know them better. And only if you're in the VIP circle will you be invited to these things. And that's it's
When
just
when you can make someone an insider, then you've got a loyal fan base, and you can print money literally with a loyal fan base.
I think I'm gonna make $7 a month. That's what the membership is. This one I'm starting at the it's just, and I don't really know if people will sign up or not. I have no way of knowing. But there's only one way to know, and that's to put it out there.
Oh, Mary D, we don't know if anyone will sign up, but I can guarantee you that if this membership was called "When I Was on the Moon," you got me.
You are too funny. You said it's a winner. It's
It is.
Oh,
It is.
Winner, chicken dinner. That's what.
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I would wear it on a T-shirt. It passes the T-shirt test.
Wow.
That's a conversation starter. You at the grocery store. It's.
While we were talking, I actually went to GoDaddy and bought it. I said,
I love that. Yes.
Oh, I get it.
Smart.
You can't play with these things. That's what it is.
Absolutely.
I sat there. I said, "Oh no, you better go ahead and buy it, because if you don't, somebody else will." Yeah,
And make it clear that you have every intention to trademark it as well. I think this counts since it's recorded.
But I'll tell you, as you know, and the two of us still have to do our one-on-ones. We definitely do, for sure. Well, I know. Can you give an example of the detail of a book world that can become a part of an author's brand world?
Absolutely. So, oh gosh. All right, I'm gonna be a nerd for just a second. The Great Gatsby. I don't like the book, right? There's a lot of symbolism in that book. One of them was the green light, the color green, and what it meant. So, you could take any sort of symbolism from your book and then bring it into your world. So had I written any type of book with the symbolism of a green light, I might actually have one behind me on my shelf, right? I might wear green. So there are ways to just bring symbolism from your book into your actual world. That's one way. And again, like we said, some of the phrases, the lexicon, the words that your characters use, those can easily be turned into stickers. They could be placed on mugs. They become T-shirts, like we just said. So just some of those things that just contribute to the culture, or just the ideas behind the books, just sprinkling them in, bringing them in to your environment, on your social media. It might even, you might even want to change up your email signature periodically with lines that were fan favorites. One of the other benefits of publishing on something like Kindle is, as an author, you get to see what the readers highlighted. So now you get to see all their favorite lines. What happens then when you're like, you know what, I'll rotate my signature out in my closing with some of those fan favorite lines.
Wow.
So it's like, are we taking advantage of the tools that are out there that's giving
No.
us information and giving our people, giving our fans, our consumers more of what it is that they want?
Wow. I know we're not. And I think a lot of people don't know a lot of tools that are available for free, but they don't, I mean, sometimes we just don't know. That could be. And so and then plus we're so inundated with so much social media. So
yes.
It is really, so that's another, I mean, it's an opportunity, but at the same time, it's a lot to unpack.
This is why, I mean, and I'm like, honestly, if you look me up on social, I'm there, but I'm not there, right? Like, I exist, but that is not where I spend my time, but that is the benefit of world building, because you get to decide what channel that is. And as long as you make it good, like most of the people who follow me, they know, get on my email list. And every time I run into someone, they're like, I love your emails. And that's where I spend my time.
And I need to get on your email
list. Where I spend my time. Yes. So, and that's where our world builds, so it's like a secret language, like a secret hangout, speakeasy with just you and your people, and the rest of the world disappears. It's like, who cares?
Wow. Right. Love it. I love it. How do you keep a brand world feeling expansive and not gimmicky?
Yes. So that brings me back to one of the first questions I asked you, which is, when you look at your body of work, is there a through line? Is there something in common so that you can tie them all together and give everything greater meaning? You know what I mean? Like, you clearly have something that you want to say or bring attention to as far as mass incarceration. And that's cool, right? Like, it's a thing. There's plenty to say, lots of topics on it. But who has ever heard of talking about mass incarceration through the lens of when I was on the moon?
Oh no!
Now,
right?
Now you get to paint. I'm like, oh, where is this story going? Like, are you going to tell me a true story? Is this going to go like fictional? Are you going to take me into the future where what the world could look like if this wasn't such a problem? Like, do you see the mystery that you bring there, right? And then to build an entire world around it and allow me to live in it for just, if even for just a few moments, that's the wonderful thing about books, is it transports us away from our own reality and into another, if only for a moment. And that's the power that you wield as an author, right? So like, when you think about expanding, you're creating an expansive world that ties all of your work together, as opposed to gimmicky and cliche.
And I don't think I don't think it's gimmicky or cliche, but how, I mean, I can think of so much to go with that. My mind is like
like your array of sunshine, like your smile just lights up the screen, right? Like I could feel the energy through the camera. Like, you've got something special. Only you could own that phrase. Only you could tell me that story. And that is what also makes it expansive and not gimmicky. That it's rooted in something that comes from a place of authenticity.
Oh, thank you. Like, as when you were talking about Star Wars, I thought about Lucas, how he could have never, I don't think so, I could be wrong, I don't think he saw what it would become, but he knew to protect it. He knew to protect it. He had all the protections in place, but where it is now and where he started from, I can almost guarantee he never saw this.
No. But that's the thing. I mean, what I do know, right, is while they weren't planning to build an external world,
Right.
The internal world building was so good.
Yep.
That people were going to build it for them, whether they expanded it or not.
It's true.
So, right.
It's
So,
true.
and again, like, I enjoy having this conversation with you today because a lot of times when I talk about world building, I have to start by explaining what it is, right? But authors understand world building. You start it in your own projects, so it's not too far of a jump just expand it beyond the end.
Right.
Here's the beginning of my world, where my book ends, where my book ends, my world begins.
Right. Oh, it is, and the fact that you can do that, and we all can. I think, as I said before, the ideas are in the air, because I have seen there's different ideas I've had, and I've seen people write similar, usually not exactly, but something similar, and I think, well, I know I didn't tell them that, so that's telling you that the ideas are floating around. They had the same idea I did, or similar. I said a similar idea.
You know, one of the movie that changed my work and therefore my life with it was actually Avatar. I was so blown away. Like, I'd always been aware of world building, but I don't know that I'd seen it executed at such a level of I got lost in the creation of it, right? Like, they hired a linguist to create the Nazi language, right? From the flora and the fauna to just the fact that they decided this wasn't a planet, it was a moon, right? And that they breathe in carbon monoxide. So I'm like, whoa. You start to think about the laws of a world, the animals, the vegetation, the language, and I'm like, that's branding.
Yeah, and when you saw them, they kicked the humans off the planet. It's like, you guys got. I was. I said, because they saw what they were colonizing them, and they're like,
you know what I call that? What I call that is a brand enemy. Right? Because every brand, they always tell you have to know who your target audience is. Yes, you have to know your people. But a brand also defines itself by who their enemies are as well, who the antagonists are of the stories. What do you stand against? And that is also a part of branding that we also skip. But it's what gives our world more gravity, makes it more rooted and believable. So if you honestly just look at the process of world building and apply it to your own business, except now, just imagine that you own an entire planet. What does that feel like? How do we bring people in? How do we convince them to move here and never want to leave?
Wow. I tell you, I'm just fascinated. For sure. And then, so how can rituals, language, and aesthetics, and the story itself shape an author's business identity?
Right. So just like we were talking about with like even Avatar. So you want to take a look at the world that you've built within your books. I imagine that, when I think about when I was on the moon from an aesthetic standpoint, that's going to feel very modern and fresh, but also maybe have some like I don't know, there's a vintage quality there that could be almost like steampunk beautiful, but like coppers, golds, grays, like what does this world start to feel like? And then why not make that the foundation of your brand? A lot of us, we start a business and we're like, oh, what are my colors? And we just pluck them out of thin air. No, just as an author, take a cue, take a beat from the worlds that you've already created. And how can you just extend that or expand that into your real world? Bring a little bit of that into your real world as well. Like you think about Walt Disney, right? And what he created. I've never been to his home, but we would all be sort of like seriously disappointed if it was, I don't know, like super corporate and weird. Like, like that we expect magic if we were going into the homes of like Walt Disney, right? So it's like when you create these worlds, we expect that the products, that the services that you create, that there's alignment in your real world. If there was a huge, difference, that would turn us off. You'd lose us.
It's true.
So you've got to take a look at your work and figure out, how do I bring that into my real life, into my office space, into my home, into on social media. Everything that your brand touches, it should bring a little bit of those aesthetics, those colors, the vibe, the feel into it. So you just have to figure out what those details are and then become obsessively consistent with it.
Wow. I definitely need help with that because I've been inconsistent. I'll say that with that. I need to be more consistent with, and so when people see that, they automatically know that's
you. That's Mary D.
I love it. What's the difference between selling a book and creating a world people want to belong to?
The difference is transaction and transcendence, right? So when you sell a book, if you don't build a world, it's a one-time transaction.
Right.
And then you got to figure out how in the world to sell the next, right? Whereas if you build a world, like I said, and you keep them there, whether we're dripping content or Easter eggs, talking to them, building community and relationship in between the next, then we create a world where they're just starving for the next project, just waiting. And they're going to keep buying because each book that you produce, each product that you produce is revealing a new chapter of the world to them. Like they just go deeper and deeper and deeper into your world, as opposed to just a one-off transaction. And you may lose that reader, never hear from them again.
That sounds like to me like Star Wars, Star Trek. These two, think about it. They're both talking about worlds that we've never seen. Basically, they were in someone's mind and someone's idea, but we have latched onto them as though they're free, that they're real. That worlds really do exist out in the out in space.
Yes.
It tells you, but that's that good storytelling, like you said. They're excellent storytellers. Where should an author start if they want to build a world brand hybrid from scratch?
If you want to build a world or a brand from scratch, believe it or not, it starts with that through line. It starts with a theme. Like thematically, what is it? What's the theme of your work? And if theme feels too large, you can never, ever, ever, ever go wrong by starting with deciding on the emotion. I always I say to my clients, what is the emotion that you're bottling and selling? Whether that's joy, whether that's positivity, whether it's happiness. For me, it's exhilaration. Like, what are you bottling and selling? So if you could start with the emotion, because again, buying is an emotional decision that we later justify with logic, right? So if you can start with an emotion and okay, like joy, what does joy look like? Well, it looks like yellows and bright, sunny, warm colors. What does joy feel like? Well, it's like happiness, and it's using, like it starts to influence the words that you use. You could build an entire world around a single emotion, and it can become the through line in all of your stories. It doesn't matter if you're dealing with something heavy, like mass incarceration, or you're dealing with something nostalgic like family, or you're dealing with something endearing like with children. If joy is what you're selling, they'll get that in every story.
Wow. Woo! Well, I can tell you, Deanna, as you know, your advice is just phenomenal. You know that. I just want to thank you for coming on the show today, because you've been.
Thank you for having me.
I'm just as per usual, and definitely would like to have you back again.
Yeah,
for sure. And as I like to always say at the genius, I did remember.
Genius is common.
And I'll see you on the other side. So thank you. Oh, I just think Dr. Eric, I think he's I tell you what, we're gonna stay here for a minute. That's okay. That's okay with me. I'm happy to stay here because you are, like I said, I'm gonna have to go back and watch this show because there's so many good nuggets that you have. So I know Dr. Kelly, I hope you don't mind, but we're going to keep you here for a little while. I think I don't know if he made it there or not. Okay. Can you tell me, how can an author use their backlist as part of their world building strategy?
Ooh, yes. So your backlist becomes the foundation to, let's say, your world map, right? So you've got all these characters that live in this world from different books, but then you can start the conversation exploration, like what happens when these characters meet. That is actually something that one of my favorite authors, God rest his soul now, Eric Jerome Dickey. I love how you'd be reading one book and one of his characters pop up and he doesn't even necessarily say the name. You know by the description, oh, that's Arizona from this other book over here, right? Like, how can your characters live in the same universe, right? How can you introduce people to your world through read this first, read this second, and then this third. Now we can start to curate the journey almost like custom playlists, built off of emotions. So if you find that maybe all of your books don't feel like they belong in the same world, you can make them belong in the same world by curating reads like playlists for a certain experience or emotion.
Wow. I'm just sitting here going, my mind is racing.
Yes, for a woman with 30 books. Yes, ma'am, please. Please use your backlist to bring people deeper into your world and make them, I mean, goodness, like, why are we only trying to sell one book? We should be trying to sell 30, right? Like 30 belong, you should have all of them.
And then I'm just hiring illustrators for in fact, I just hired an illustrator yesterday for one of my books. And I thought, okay, now I'm trying to set, every 2 months, because the books are written. It's hiring someone to bring the books to life. That's what, because they're going to take my words, which I thank God for this, all original material. No one that I know of uses have the same words. What's been interesting to me, not one title that I have is on the internet already. Not one.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I would say that I know you can't talk about it.
That doesn't surprise me. You are, like I said, you're a true creator. Which is why. You said what?
I didn't know that. I found that out after I retired from education. Never knew I could do any of this, nothing, and retired and found out. And I really think what happened is I gave myself an opportunity to find out. That's what happened.
You know what's funny? I think that, I think we're all creators. First of all, everyone's a creator. But I think that people who really learn to tap into it a little bit more are those that are curious and love learning, because that helps you to make unexpected connections. Yes. Because you have this deep well of experiences and knowledge to pull from. So I am not surprised that you've created titles that are not on the internet.
Even when I did, I put them out there, and because you can go and they'll find and see if any other titles are out there from the same. You can have a title from the same book, though. I don't want to sound like that. Yes. It is totally acceptable. You go to the library, you could have 15 books with the same title.
Yes.
The only thing is the content is what you're copywriting, not the title. That's what people don't know. And but I try to share with people that you can have the same title. Nobody can take that from you, but it's the content. Well, I know too. You, what should they keep in mind when they're designing their website, their newsletter, or social channels through this lens?
Again, consistency, right? Mm-hmm. You want to tie all of those things in by a single emotion through a single theme. You want there to be consistency across all of those platforms. Your website should feel like your newsletter, should feel like your social media, should feel like your email signature, because they all belong to the same world, right? So this is just an invitation to someone stepping into your world. We are trained to notice when things are disjointed or where there's a gap. It's like reading a book and you're really deep into it, and then there's a typo that trips you up, or misplaced pronunciation, or excuse me, misplaced comma that forces you to go back and reread it. It gets you out of the flow. So when you're considering the design or how your website, newsletter, how all these things look, how all of them feel, they should feel like they belong to the same world. And you accomplish that by, again, becoming obsessive about the details and consistency. So world building. World building is a great lens to look at branding. Branding, I think, sometimes can feel very technical, maybe even intimidating. A lot of people think, I don't know how to do it. But again, if you give yourself the opportunity to consider that you're building your own world, then you could think about what that looks like. What would you call the planet? What laws govern the planet? What does the atmosphere feel like? What does the terrain look like? Because you could start by building there, just allowing yourself to imagine, and then be inspired by what you create. Pull from the colors, pull from the feeling. Think about who lives there. And that's how you find your people, as opposed to just your standard, you know, target market avatar that feels like you're just guessing. Um, World building gives you a more practical way to just get started and to build something deeply rich and extremely immersive. Mary D, are you still there with me?
I'm right here.
Okay, awesome.
I sometimes I think when they take me off stage, it's just so that the audience can focus on you and hear what you're saying, and I really do appreciate that. Well, I know too, Deanna, as I'm going through everything that you're saying is that I'm writing, trying to keep the notes, because I know they're so important. Because, well, let me ask you this before we end our fireside chat. Can you share a favorite example of an author who built a world that transcended book?
Yes, J.K. Rowling, which, we just talked about. J.K. Rowling, Harry Potter series, you know, she did a wonderful job building that world within the book, but then also being able to extend that into the real world. And you know that you built something special whenever you create a world and then the fans take it and just take off with it. Again, that brings us back to that fan centric economy, which I believe we all should be striving for. The landscape has really changed. Before social media, all of the communication was just one way communication. Social media gets introduced, and now we have two-way conversations. We can now converse with the people who purchase our products, who purchase our books. And now I think that with the rise of just AI, with the rise of technology, what people are looking for now is experience. So that takes us out of even just a two-way conversation to something that is extremely immersive. And J.K. Rowling with her Harry Potter books, she killed that. She killed it. So if you know that you've made it, you've hit the pinnacle of success when your fans take your work and run with it.
Wow.
That's what we all can only strive for that. And to your point that you made earlier, I don't think that we necessarily go in to create our works with that in mind, thinking that that's going to happen. But man, that's why I think if we get it right at the foundational level, world build, if we build a world believable and one that people want to belong to, I think that is inevitably where we will.
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, I'd like to thank you, Deanna, for being on the show today,
Thank you.
And really do appreciate you. And Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Absolutely.
Now,
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.